Well, good evening. We'll go ahead and get started. Want to be as timely as possible. So before I call the meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending remotely via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time you speak so that the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting. The public also will have the opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building. If public comments are allowed on an agenda item, comments should be limited to the topic of that item. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will call this meeting of the Economic Development Finance Standing Committee for November 3rd, 2025 to order, and I'll ask the clerk to please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes.
Here.
Lopez. We have an absence memo. Burns.
Here.
Stites.
Here.
Townsend. We have an absence memo. Burrows.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll ask the clerk if there are any revisions to tonight's agenda this evening.
There are no revisions.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Committee, we have 3 items for information only and 4 action items this evening. So we'll start off with the first item is the approval of our minutes from July 8th, 2024. If you've had a chance to review them, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Move for approval.
Wait, second.
We have a motion and a second for approval of the July 8th, 2024 minutes. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites. Burrows.
Aye.
Motion is 4-0.
Thank you,
Carries.
committee. The minutes have been approved. Committee, our first item this evening is item 4.1. It's a presentation dealing with the Small Business Grant Program, providing an update on the 2022 through 2025. I will recognize Tiffany Portley from our Economic Development for the presentation and remarks. Please, and welcome to the committee.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tiffany Portley, Project Coordinator with the Economic Development Department. Try to get this up to date with me really quick. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much. Again, Tiffany Portley, Project Coordinator with the Economic Development Department. I'm here to provide information in reference to the Small Business Grant.
Could you please speak closer to the microphone so we can hear you?
Still haven't gotten this the way I need to yet. Is this better, Commissioner?
Thank
Yes.
you.
Okay. Small Business Grant is a program that is set to assist small businesses in Kansas City, Kansas with finances. There's a fact that 80% of the businesses in Wyandotte County are small businesses. So the funds will be able to assist those businesses with renovation costs, facade and minor roof repairs, inventory costs, equipment costs, as well as marketing for their company. The history for the Small Business Grant initiated in 2015. It was presented to the Commission and approved in 2016, offering grants up to $10,000, and they were awarded based on the need and also the matching of the investment. 2025, the Small Business Grant budget was $50,000. Program eligibility requirements is that the business is in existence for at least 1 year, that they have less than 25 employees. We need them to provide proof of ownership that the business is located in Kansas City, Kansas. We also need the previous year's taxes the occupational tax certificate, a registration certificate from the state, also a business plan outlining what they are intending to use the finances for. We need a summary of the business plan as well that will explain what they're wanting to use those funds for as well. We need a budget that verifies each year of progressions at least 3 years after. The Small Business Grant Program has historically been funded through the IRB issuance fees. The Small Business Grant from 2020 through 2022, in lieu of COVID, there were several entities that provided finances for small businesses that totaled up to $825,000. Currently, the grant is awarded $50,000 per year, and that comes from the economic development budget. Thankfully, our new director, Chelsea Chisholm, has offered the option for $100,000 moving forward, and that will also come from the economic development funds. Our goals for the small business grant is that we offer or continue to offer assistance to the qualified applicants that are eligible, that are intended to grow and expand their business. We also want to increase the number of small businesses in Wyandotte County as well. We want to support growth in the downtown core while also revitalizing the legacy of the urban area as well. The last two I want to focus on, while not new to the UG, but new to this role, I want to increase awareness of the small business grant. I just don't believe that a lot of people are aware that this program exists. Another one of my goals I want to highlight is going forward, I want to educate businesses on other options that are available. Make sure those owners are aware of other tools where they may not necessarily be eligible for our grant, but that there are other tools and resources out there that will help them become, that will help them in the future. In 2023, a total of $22,220 was awarded to awardees. That would have been Holy Smokes Barbecue. We also had Power Plants Orchard, as well as Fantastic Sam's. 2024, $40,000 was awarded to Alter Support, Beautiful Outdoors, No Limit Fitness, KC, and Right Touch. In 2025, we had $50,000 that was awarded. The first being Rasa Nation LLC, Candy Factory Creative LLC, Leah's Laundromat on the Q LLC, RMVK Enterprises LLC, and Vive Promo and Print. Our application is available on our online at www.wycokck.org, and that would be under the Economic Development web page. Those applicants are able to submit those at eDevelopment@wycokck.org, or they can walk them into our office on the 4th floor, Suite 421 in City Hall. Commissioners, if they also have any questions of concern, they can reach out to our office at 913-573-5730. Thank you so much for your time.
Any questions? Commissioner Burns?
You say you probably need to do a better job by expanding out more. How will you do that?
At this point in time, I've had the opportunity to do a lot of research. Previous staff that was in this role, I've reached out and also looked back just at notes. I've been to 3 different forums, summits to meet with different people. Just last week, I actually met with 3 different entities that I believe their resources are going to help businesses as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Shortly, I have a few questions, if I may. Looking at the website, it seems like we have some policies that may be outdated. All right.
Yes. I look forward in updating that information. We also have to update our website for ADA purposes come March, so that I will intertwine that with our department, with Chelsea and the other staff in our department as well.
You have a timeline for that if we're going to move this piece forward? I know it's information only, but we're going to be investing in time. Somebody that may be interested in the small business loans might need the information. Do we have a date certain that that might be completed?
Ever since 2022, the applications continue to roll in. I have them sitting on my desk at this current time. We never turn away anyone except if they are not eligible or don't provide the accurate documentation. So people can still continue to submit application. It's still the same. Again, I'm new to this role as a small business liaison, and I have no doubt that Chelsea and myself will come together. But at this point, they can still submit applications if that's your concern.
Great, thank you. $10,000 max, can it be used as a match for other grants?
Not that I'm aware of. It's just a grant, small business grant.
Okay, and it's match money. Is it dollar for dollar? Like if they ask for 10 and they only put in 5, do they only get 5? Or is it a dollar for dollar match?
They have to show at least double. So if they're asking for $10,000, they have to show that they've put out at least 20,000.
Okay, all right, great, thank you. Just in case any of us get a question about that. And I had one other question, and this is city funds only, not county funds, correct?
Correct.
I think that's always important when we talk about our other 2 cities or 3 cities, if you count Lake Quivira, that are involved in that. I just want to clarify that this evening. I had a question about Fantastic Sam's. That's a national chain. How does, it says renovations, facade, minor repairs, they applied for a small business loan. How, can you share information on how a national chain might get money like that from us on a grant?
It's not a loan, it actually is a grant. And to my understanding, again, this predates myself coming to the department. So the 2022, as well as some of the 2023 awardees, they were left over. There's a bullet point that describes all the funds that provided 825,000, if I'm not mistaken. They had different requirements and eligibilities for every business due to COVID. So they went through the small business grant process, but it wasn't limited to everything that we just discussed. And that was just those that were like left over. If you can see that there was only $22,230, that was left over. They were already approved, but when I came on board, I had to administer those funds because they eventually provided the documentation needed to be able to get a payout.
So I would assume that that would be a franchise that was purchased by a small business person. But I was just curious when I seen some of the monies that went out, and to see a national chain receive small business loan, that's money that could have gone to another small business in our community that didn't have the national chain and additional dollars associated to it. I really don't have any other questions. That was a good overview. If there's no other questions from the committee, I'll ask our clerk if there were any written comments received from the public.
No comments were received.
Are there any hands raised online from the public who wish to speak to this item?
We do have one hand raised. Greg Kendall. Please state your name and residence. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Greg Kendall with the Wyandotte Economic Development Council and a resident of KCK. I appreciate the presentation. This has been a good program over the years, particularly for our smaller businesses. The one thing that we want to work with Tiffany more on this project, but we did have some challenges in years past knowing where we were in the budget for the program, how often the UG was going to be meeting to make those grant decisions, and and who is making those grant decisions. And so I'm sure those details can all be worked out, but did want to throw that out there to Tiffany that those were some of the rough spots in the past, is just some of the process of businesses knowing when those decisions were being made or if it was an ongoing monthly decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kendall. I anticipate with the update of the website and additional dollars and additional employees in that department, will be more successful in identifying the small business grant and small business opportunities. Okay. Are there any other hands raised, Madam Clerk?
No other hands are raised.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this item this evening? You'd have 3 minutes. Let the record show no one stepped forward. Committee, this was for information only, no action taken this evening. Ms. Portley, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate it very much. You have any other comments you want to make?
Know that I look forward to working with Mr. Kendall. No applications have been refused. We're just doing kind of like a backlog. So we're looking forward to moving ahead and streamlining this process a little further.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Committee, at the very beginning of the agenda, I asked Madam Clerk if there was an amendment to tonight's agenda. For those in attendance that may be here for our last item for discussion this evening, that is item number 4.8. It's the Midtown Station update. At the request of the developer, that item has been pushed off to another date. So if you are here for that presentation, that presentation has been pulled from tonight's agenda and it will be scheduled at another meeting. Commissioner Stites?
Do we know when?
No, not date certain yet. I just know that there hasn't been a date set.
Okay.
But there will be a date. I just haven't been told the date. This was a late afternoon scratch, so.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, committee. That takes us to item number 4.2, our second item for information only this evening. And this is the third quarter financials for 2025. I'll recognize Shelley Knieven, our Chief Financial Officer, presentation and remarks. Ms. Knieven?
Yes, thank you. We're going to pull up a quick presentation here. This should be relatively quick. In your packet, you have both the written report and then the summary presentation. This is for our third quarter for the current fiscal year. Just as a reminder, we've always done, well, since we started doing these reports, again, we've done the 4 major funds. We picked out those because that's what funds the majority of our operations. We've added in the sewer fund as well. So that's included. I need to update this slide and I will in future presentations. But quick summary for the City General Fund. You can see the information on the tables as well as in the narrative. We have received about 99% of the property taxes and about 78% of the sales and use taxes. So we're right on track in terms of those 2 key revenue sources. We are slightly down in our BPU pilot, and that might be slightly down. I addressed that in the written report, which relates to we had planned for some of the shutdowns at the GM plant, but they have extended some of that. And it's also some of the other businesses in the area that are being impacted. So we're talking closely with BPU to make sure that we have good updated estimates so that we can make adjustments to budget if needed. On the expense side, as we've reported to you in the past, our expenses for salary and benefits are up 82%. We should be at about 75. And as you all know, we've made changes in the way that we're budgeting for next fiscal year to prevent this from happening in the future. But for the current fiscal year, we are over, which is what led to the policy recommendations to change the way that we budget for salaries and benefits, no longer on a trend, but based on actual positions and 100%. So that is the city's general fund. For the county general fund, excuse me, again, property taxes and sales taxes are right on track, so revenues are fine. The salaries and benefits also, again, are higher than they should be. They should be at roughly 75%, and they're at 79%. Again, expected, understood, because the 25 budget was done on the personnel trend. And for next fiscal year, we have budgeted differently so that we have done the personnel based on 100%. So we will not continue to have this problem. We have in the current fiscal year, as you know, the county general fund is very tight. And at the year-end fund balance projection, it's 8%. But just to remind you that based on the projections for the FY26 budget, it gets down to 3%. So we are in a pretty precarious situation on the county general fund. But again, this is current fiscal year, but you may have remembered some of those other percentages, and that's for next fiscal year. So on the Parks Combined Fund, that is the fund that funds both county and city parks. And property tax, and again, is at 100%. The transfer from the general fund that helps pay for the city parks is at 75%, as it should be for the third quarter. Their expenses are down significantly at 61%. We had the hiring freeze to try and minimize the impact that we were seeing on, in particular, the city and the county general funds on salaries and benefits. But that affected the park department too, as well as just they've had a number of open positions. So they have an underspending at this point in the budget. They have a high fund balance, which is positive in that that gives us funds to use for capital. And so I looked up in the budget for FY26, we did use $345,000 of the fund balance next year. You all approved and appropriated some of those dollars to address some capital projects. So trying to keep that at a reasonable amount and provides a good safety net for the department that has some pretty significant capital needs in particular. Dedicated sales tax, we are at about 77%. This is 100% sales tax. This is the fund that funds the fire department, police department, and neighborhood infrastructure, about a third, a third, a third. We are below estimate in our salaries and benefits. That was due to the hiring freeze and the vacancies. Contractual services are a little high, but that's just when things get paid in terms of capital projects and equipment. And so that's not a concern to us at all. We had used some of the fund balance in the current budget year. That's why the net revenue was a negative 2.2 million, almost 2.3, and that was to fund some capital projects. And so we said for the current fiscal year, it was going to be about 21% for the fund balance when the budget was adopted. In next year, again, we used fund balance about 3.3 to fund some capital projects. So we've continued to use the fund balance to try and meet the capital and equipment needs of the departments. Last fund to highlight is the sanitary sewer fund, which this is primarily funded with charges for services as people pay their sewer bills. This is just an overview of how the services are coming in. We are a little behind for the quarter at 69%, as opposed to at 75%. Some of that is a timing issue because, as you know, BPU collects for us and then they have to remit the funds over to us. So there's about a 1 month timing difference. So again, not concerned about that at all. Our salaries and benefits are below budget at 67%. Again, this was the hiring freeze as well as some vacant positions. Capital outlay is 98%, so the budget's moving along. We've got other things on the agenda tonight that'll talk about some capital projects for the sewer department. But net revenue was a positive 1.6 million when the budget was adopted for 25. The fund balance, when it got updated for after the audit was done, was going to be at about 40.5 million. You all might recall a few months ago, we appropriated 7.5 million to remove the hill that was out by Caw Point Treatment Center or treatment plant. And so that hasn't been deducted here yet because it hadn't been paid yet. But we've spent about 7.5 million, but that does give us pretty substantial funds to be able to do capital projects for the sewer department, which is important given the consent decree in particular. The next section is the cash and investments. And so this is just a high-level overview of our operating cash and both our operating account as well as our health insurance self-insurance fund, which is restricted funding that can only be used for health-related expenses, employee health-related expenses. And then as of the end of the quarter, what our certificates of deposit and then our agency and treasury funds were. We'll go into more detail in the investment report on this one, but this gives you kind of an at a glance overview of our investments and our cash by type. I included in the written report some other information, which was in terms of the distributions. A key function that the Treasury Department does is distribute taxes to all of the other taxing districts. And so if you look at the report, the written report, it shows you how much money we have distributed to the other taxing districts. And that's important because that affects how much is in our bank account. Because we get taxes paid to us, we collect them, but then we have to remit them out. And it's 5 times a year based on state law when they go out to all the taxing districts. So it just gives you a little bit of a high-level view of the liquidity that we have with those funds, because it looks like we have high balances, but we do have to pay out a great majority of that. Final section is the debt. And this has been updated. As you know, last spring, we converted the last of our temporary notes into permanent debt, and we're no longer, for the short, at least for the foreseeable future, going to do temporary notes. So this is a picture of our balance of our principal and interest that we anticipate by the end of this fiscal year. So it's after we make our payments, how much we will still owe. It'll be at $654 million. That does not include, again, another item that we'll talk about here in a few minutes, the sanitary sewer bond issue that we're bringing forward to do an additional about $39 million in bonds. But this is just as of right now. It gets confusing because the Secretary of State has some reports out on their website that show total debt. And I've had lots of questions from commissioners as they've had questions from constituents. But you have to pay attention to which taxing district it is. That includes cities, counties, school districts, special districts. So community college, it's got all of the districts. So for us, it's just the city and the county. And then we've got also the sewer bonds. So there's 3 of the columns that are relevant to us. Separate from that is the IRBs, which are on there, the industrial revenue bonds, which is an economic development mechanism. It's not really debt that we owe. And so it confuses people because it's listed as debt. And then not included on there is the TIF bonds. And so, it gets confusing. We have an accounting of all of the bonds, IRBs, TIF bonds, and then the general obligation city, county, and then the sewer bonds, and the storm sewer bonds. So anyways, this is just the ones that are our responsibility to repay either from property taxes or from user fees like your sanitary sewer charges. So with that, that's the summary of the third quarter. Nothing surprising, nothing terribly confusing. We would love to see our salaries and benefits be in line with the budget, but we know that we had put a safety provision in for FY26 that will prevent that from overspending.
Any questions? Commissioner Burns?
Really, I don't know if this should be directed to you or the clerk. I've had a number of citizens in my district asking when will tax bills sent out?
Yep. They will go out November 25th, I believe. We just the clerk certifies and then the Treasury Department actually sends them out and the state law sets the deadline by which that has to be done. And it will be done on time. 2 seconds and I'll tell you that for sure. It'll be in the biweekly report because I know I put an update in there because I was asking the same thing. I had seen some information out on social media, people talking about, well, they saw their tax bill and it's gone up, but the tax bills haven't gone out. So I don't know if they have, maybe they're looking back at what those estimated tax bills were, which is not accurate, because that was when we had to send those out. And at that point, we had proposed a 3 mil increase for the city and a 3 mil increase for the county. That's not where it ended up. And so that's overly high for what the city and county ended up being, and it'll be on their tax bill to be what we actually, you all adopted. So I had seen that. I wasn't really sure what the confusion was, so I asked as well. And I want to say it's the, well, Michelle, you might know. No. 26th, November.
December?
No, November.
Oh, November. I thought you.
Then the bills are due, December 10th, and go ahead. You say it. It's December and May. I know that.
Michelle Wu, Unified Government Deputy Treasurer, Cash Manager. The first half will be due December 22nd. Normally they're due December 20th. However, the 20th falls on a Saturday this year, so they'll have to December 22nd. And second half will be due on May 12th, because I think the 10th is the actual day, but it's the weekend as well, so they'll have that Monday.
So sent out on the 26th of November, but due the 22nd of December.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
For the first half or the whole amount, but,
right.
and then May
Either
for the
way.
second. Mhm.
Thank you.
Committee, any other questions? I just have a few comments, if I may. Nothing alarming standing out. It looks like we're falling right in line. I mean, a few funds are a little under, but everything else seems to be controllable. So it's good to see. The only question I would raise is the 127,597, that is the City Public Building Commission.
Mhm.
We borrowed, I don't know when the city, when I say we, the city borrowed that money. They borrowed 1.1 million, and we still owe 127. Do you know what interest rate that is by any chance?
I don't know what the interest rate is. I'm glad to look up and find out what it would have been. And the original amount issued was the 1.1, and the Public Building Commission is used for building improvements specifically. So that's the nature of the type of projects, and I have a listing of what all of those bonds were actually for as well. But I'd be glad to follow back up.
Well, I know we can bond something and pay it out over time, but at the same time, when as a city our size with a $500 million budget, I would think $1 billion to invest in our assets would be something we would look at, maybe our reserves, or looking at ways to maintain these without bonding them for 20 or 30 years. That comes with an interest associated to them.
I agree. I agree completely. As you know, one thing we do is every year we look and see whether or not any of our bonds can be paid off early, which we are going to be able to do with one of our economic development bonds. You might recall from previous reports for the downtown hotel. But we also look and see if any of them are callable so that we could refinance and get a better interest rate. That's an analysis that our financial advisor does every year. So we're always looking at, for these past decisions that had been made, are there ways for us to save money, either pay off the debt or to get a better interest rate?
Commissioner Debbie Johnsher, Deputy CFO. The City Public Building Commission, that was the city's portion of the UG Medical Clinic that's over at 8th and Ann. That was done as a public building commission issue, and it was split between city and county. So the county portion of that is included in the County Public Building Commission. You just don't see it broke out. There are multiple projects on the county side under the Public Building Commission.
Thank you, Debbie. Do you know how much the county's portion is?
No, not right offhand, but we can get that.
So it would be included in the totals?
Yes.
Thank you.
I believe it was split. Can't remember. I think it was 70-30 possibly
Okay, more from.
based on that. I think it was based on the employee count at the time is how we split it.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And I think it's important for the public to understand that the sanitary sewer fund is paid not out of the general fund, it's paid on the assessment that you pay in your, on your BPU bill, your stormwater fee, as well as your wastewater fee. Those cover the stormwater fee that we are under a consent decree to ensure that we continue to meet the update in our infrastructure investment that EPA has requested of us to do. So that is not coming out of the general fund. It's coming from you individuals in your stormwater fee. So that is a separate account. Okay, if there's no other questions, I'll ask the clerk if there was any comments received from the public.
No comments were received.
Are there any hands online who raised that would wish to speak to this item?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to speak to this item? You will be given up to 3 minutes to make your comments. Let the record show no one stepped forward. Thank you. Committee, this was for information only. As stated, I appreciate the presentation. I think it's helped us understand the budget, some of the constraints and challenges we have, as well as some of the successes we have going through the budget. Thank you, Shelley. Okay. Committee, that takes us to item 4.3. It's our third quarter investment. It's a summary. I'll ask Michelle Wooten, our Deputy Treasurer, for the presentation and remarks.
Good afternoon, Michelle Wooten, Deputy Treasurer, Cash Manager. Before I get into my presentation, I do want to clarify for Commissioner Burns, second half is actually May 11th. The 10th is a Sunday, so it'll be May 11th on that second half. So I'm here for information to provide the third quarter quarterly investment report. Few key metrics to point out here that the average yield was 3.06%, which days to maturity was 198 days, up from 91 days in quarter two. That increase was due to we did go out for investments in August, which increased those days to maturity. Our portfolio of cash is at 56% and invested at 44%. Our average yield is 3.06 again, up from 3.05 in quarter two. We're below our target T-bill benchmark of 3.68, and our total interest earned for quarter three was around $2 million. One thing we like to point out is 10 years ago, around this time, our average interest was $379,000. So in 2022, we had 4.7 million. 2023, we're at 6.5 million. And in 2024, we're at 15.8 million. And so forth for 2025 through quarter three, we're at 5.9 million of interest on our investments. Our total and target benchmark limits relating to maturity, we right now are currently, as we brought up in previous presentations, are looking to change our policy to not include the cash as part of the overnight in that investment when we are looking at our limits relating to maturity. Right now, we are exceeding the cash and investment policy for the 0 to 12 months category. If we were to take out the cash from being included in that, we would be around 61% right now. You'll see that right now, our types of securities in our portfolio, we have our treasury and our local banks here. Right now, 28 of the 288 million total, 75 million or 26% of that is in CDs. And 53 million or 18% of that is in the U.S. agency securities. In our transactions for quarter three, we actually had 4 maturities and we went out for, we actually have 3 transactions that were occurred in August. And that's presentation.
And Commissioner, if I can add just one quick thing. We have 4 investments that will mature in December that are a little more than 1%, and they're detailed out in the other quarterly report. And as you saw, we're getting around 4% bids coming in. So we're hopeful that we'll be able to edge up that average. As those mature, we'll do a rebid of that amount of money, and hopefully it'll come in at about 4%, which is what it's been holding at. And we'll do that as soon as possible because that's a good return, a good rate. And the market's fairly unpredictable, so we want that to get reinvested as quickly as possible.
Thank you for the presentation. It's not all bad news. I like to see the interest rates that we're receiving compared to what we received in the prior 2 years. So do we have a total of what interest we've made this year on these accounts, an aggregate number?
So far through Q3, we're at about 5.9 million.
5.9 million. Okay. That committee, that's good news. 5.9 million that we'll be able to use for other items within the budget. And we've got the 4 that are coming due. One of them had a healthy interest rate. 2 of them did. Well, they all did anything over 4. So they had healthy interest rates. That the other ones lowered our interest rate because of some of the older
Yes,
portfolios we had in older CDs, and the portfolio brought the 3.6 down.
yes,
So that the 4% that you're predicting will be because we're going to renew at a higher interest rate portfolio, therefore we'll have a overall higher interest rate.
that is the plan.
Wonderful. Thank you. Mr. Wakes?
Our target is below 60%. Right now, we are, I think it's, I don't have that exactly in front of me. Oh, the target, yeah,
New investment. It's just those old ones and those old ones that come due in December. The old ones that come due in December, there's 4 of them, December 3rd, and they were done for 4 years because that was when we were in the midst of COVID, very unpredictable, not sure what was going to happen. So we just invested just to make some money. But those are all at 1.1. I think Commissioner Burrows, the ones you were talking about are ones that just expired and renewed, and we were able to get comparable rates, which was good.
That'll raise the overall cost of the portfolio.
Yep.
Or investment of the portfolio. Thank you. Committee, no other questions? I'll ask the clerk if there was anyone sent in any information from the public?
No comments were received.
Anyone online with a hand raised, wants to speak to this item?
There are no hands raised.
Anyone present this evening who would care to speak to this item, you will be given 3 minutes. Let the record show no one stepped forward. Okay, committee, that was our last item. That was for information only this evening. That we'll wait just a second while people change spots. Shelley, you're going to make the next presentation, right? Okay, we'll wait for Mr. Wimpy to join us.
Thank you, Commissioner. The next 2 items are related to one another. Shelley Knieven, CFO. We are proposing to bring forward a general obligation bond, which will be to fund mostly sanitary sewer projects and then 1 storm sewer project. So the repayment sources, as you had mentioned, are the sanitary sewer rates that both residents and commercial businesses pay monthly. And then the stormwater fee as well that they pay. So the repayment sources are not property taxes, they're not general fund, even though they're called general obligation bonds. So we have, the first item is to reconcile the list of what was brought forward in the capital improvements plan adopted as part of the budget to match the list of projects that need to be done. There was a little communication issue, and it's just to reconcile those 2 lists. It's not that there were projects that came up that we didn't know about. It was just a lot of moving parts during budget. And so it's to reconcile that the CIP will match what these bond projects are so that there's no confusion. If the public looks at the CIP, it'll show these projects. If they look at the bond issue, it'll show the same projects. We are not proposing temporary bonds. We're proposing to move straight to permanent bonds, partly because That way we save interest and the interest cost on the projects, but also because we're under a deadline with the consent agreement and we need to get projects done. So when you do GO bonds, you have 3 years to spend the money. So the intention is very quickly to get these projects underway. Many of them are multi-phase projects. Some of them have been underway already, other phases, but this will allow the projects to continue. I know that the department is here. Jeff is here. Jeff Miles, the Director of Environmental Services, if you have any questions about the specific projects. But the first item is just to reconcile the capital improvements plan with the bond issue.
Shelley, just for clarification, it is the 34.5 and an additional 4.9,
Correct.
so for a total of 39.4.
Correct. And they're listed out separately because the revenue sources are separate.
I just didn't want the community to be
Confused. Yeah.
confused to seeing the two different items. And again, this comes out of the stormwater fee and the wastewater fee that is on your BPU bill
That's correct.
for repayment. Okay.
Another thing to note is that we have plugged in this amount of debt in the rate model. And as you all might recall, the commission approved a 4% rate increase for next year. And this is affordable within that rate increase and allows us to keep moving forward on this consent decree. So it's something that we didn't look at just for this year, but we forecasted it for the full term of the bonds. And again, this is just a resolution to amend the capital improvements program, and we would recommend approval.
And the 4.9, if I'm correct, is the upper split log stormwater improvements.
That's right. Yes.
Okay. And it's important that we meet our responsibilities and commitment in the contractual agreement with the EPA in regards to the consent decree, so that we don't find ourselves in default and find ourselves being penalized. Those fines are quite substantial.
Correct. This allows us to keep making progress on the consent decree. These are all necessary improvements.
Committee, any questions? Mr. Wakes?
Mr. Wakes, can you please turn on your mic, please?
Stevie Wakes, BPU. This 38. $38 million project, $39 million project practically. This is going to be an additional project to mitigate the sewage problem that we're having. Okay, that
Correct.
we're under consent decree by the EPA, correct?
This is Shelley Knieven, CFO. So the list, it's multiple projects. It's not one project.
Okay.
There happens to be one stormwater project, but on the sanitary sewer, it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 different projects, and they're all related to the consent decree.
Okay. So they work together. Is that correct?
Yeah, they work together with the overall other improvements, the phase ones that have been done, phase twos. It's continuing all of the most urgent needs that's prioritized by the department in consultation with the EPA. But yeah, it's all, and the sewer system works all together.
So Mr. Wimpy is representing who?
He represents us. He's our bond counsel, and he will help us with the actual bond issuance.
So I want to know who's doing the work.
Oh, the actual construction work. So
The
those
actual
will be
construction.
bid.
Will be who?
They'll be bid.
Oh, it will be bid. It hasn't been bid out
Absolutely.
yet. It hasn't been bid out yet?
I don't believe so. Have any of these been bid yet?
Good evening, Jeff Miles, Director of Environmental Services. Some of the projects have already started in certain phases of it. Several of them have not, and they'll be going out to bid, as Shelley explained.
Okay. Okay. So that's my concern is that I'm not aware as to who's doing the work inside our city, that we're paying this money out. And I want to make sure that, you know, that it's being bid as you stated, giving everyone opportunity to bid on the project. That was my concern.
Yes, sir. We work very closely with procurement. They're all competitive bids on any of these projects. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Commissioner Burns.
Don't go away, Jeff. A lot of these projects are in District 2. It seems like they're working on them and then you never see them again for a while, working on them. When is the projected date of them being finished? Of the ones that are in process now?
I would have to look back at the projected dates, but some of the projects, as you're aware, we took a different financial strategy to some of these. So some of them did come to a stop to go through the process, to go back to where we're at tonight. So those are definitely on the list. And some of them has already restarted, actually, Commissioner.
Okay. Concerning the pond down at 8th and Barnett, could you explain just exactly what that is and why that is?
I will absolutely bring somebody up that will explain it.
Could you speak a little closer?
Yeah, I absolutely bring somebody up that can explain that in much more detail than I can. Give me just a second. Sarah, if you want to come up.
Good evening, Sarah Schaefer, Public Works Senior Engineer. The 8th and Barnett is our final phase of CSO 44. So CSO 44 started out with a sewer separation over when the Juvenile Justice Center was going in. And it is a two-phase integration of capturing the stormwater. So we have an underground storage facility that captures the stormwater and then an open source pond for the water quality per the EPA's requirements of including green infrastructure in our urbanized area.
Okay. I'm under the understanding that there's not going to be a fence put around it.
Correct. There's no fence around it. It is a park amenity.
And the reason for no fence?
We have multiple stormwater facilities with no fence, such as and other urbanized ponds. So we felt the fence would hinder our ability to keep it beautiful like a park. We don't have a fence around Big 11 Lake, for instance.
Well, I have a concern about that. But I guess we have to follow your advice. Why I got you up here, Sarah, the project, the roundabout at 10th and Grandview, I understand that that was to be completed by the end of this calendar year. Is that still true?
Unfortunately, no, it's not. We had to stop progress on that particular project, and we're getting back into being able to keep it going with our funds. So that's part of the bonding components of the upper split log area too.
Okay. And do you know a projected date after that, once you get the funding?
We are working on those dates now, so that all depends upon when the commission approves the timelines, but it's definitely next year.
When you find out, would you let me know so I can tell the citizens in District 2?
Yes,
Will
and
be complete. They still think it's going to be at the end of this year, as they were told.
understood. And with the uncertainty of the scheduling of the bonds, we weren't able to provide a clear understanding or revision of that schedule. And so our plan is to also conduct some community engagement and outreach with you as well.
I would encourage you with that comment that the in-district commissioner should be notified when a project is paused or not moving forward for whatever reason, because it does put the commissioner in a tight spot with his constituents. As Commissioner Burns stated, it would have been appropriate to reach out to him and give him some kind of notification. And in reference to the pond, will there be any kind of community benefit besides just a water basin? Will it be aerated? Will it be benches with a walking path around it? Or is it just going to be a hole with water in it? Do we know?
Yes, it is planned on being a community benefit. Fortunately, we are not doing or we're moving away from the hole in the ground scenario for stormwater management. So we will have a full walking path. There's going to be park amenities to include a flat area for integrated play. We've got a pad out there that'll be able to have small festivals or uses for it. We also have some park amenities per request of the Parks Department. We've been engaged with them pretty closely in making sure that the park amenities that are put in with the ARPA funds meet their expectation and criteria as well.
Great, thank you. Ms. Knieven, I noticed here it says we talk about interest on any temporary financing and costs of issuance. We're not taking out temporary notes and holding them for 3 years, are we?
We are
I
not.
think we made a policy position, or it was the understanding of the commission that we weren't going to issue temporary notes and hold them until the project was ready to move forward completely.
That's correct. There's no temporary notes. We're requesting, when we get to the approval of the GO bonds, is to do the actual permanent debt with no temporary bonds.
Yeah, that should save us some dollars.
Absolutely.
Over the long haul of that. Okay, committee, any other questions, any other comments? Mr. Wakes, you had your hand up a minute ago.
Yes, I was curious, what is the depth of that pond currently, the current depth? Do you know?
Sarah Schaefer, Public Works. The depth of the pond will be approximately 4 feet deep.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Stites?
So the Stites District 7, so this pond, I mean, so is it going to fluctuate in how much water's in it from 0 to being full or 4 foot or whatever the number was, or?
Sarah Schaefer, Public Works. Yes, it is a stormwater management facility, so there is some capacity and flow that goes in there. We do have an emergency overflow space that's approximately 6.5 feet. So there's a 2-foot capacity in there for our water quality to ensure that we're not flooding anyone in and around the space or downstream of that particular project area.
But it could be 0 and grow up in weeds, right?
No, it is a healthy pond with a minimum level. That's why we have the underground storage facility there too. So it'll keep it at a minimum hydraulic grade.
Okay. Here's my, and it's interesting because it takes all 4 of us to vote yes to move this thing through to get to full commission. I'm not for issuing more debt. I mean, we're trying to get out of debt, and here we are talking about adding another darn near $40 million to debt.
So Commissioner, a couple of things I would offer. Shelley Knieven, CFO, in response to some of the questions about a road project and a roundabout, that all related to the debt pause that we did during 25, which the commission was involved in. And how the departments had worked before is they just presumed that the commission would approve future phases, but that might not have been the case. And so then we could get into a situation where part of a project was progressing, but the funding didn't get approved. So we changed that strategy, as well as we did the debt pause. When we went back, if you go back to the April presentations that were done, or it might have been March, we said at that time, the debt pause related to property tax debt specifically. And that was because, we're doing 44% of property taxes on the city side are paying for debt payments. That is still our premise of our strategy. We've not issued any general property tax-based GO bonds or even requested that for 25, which was the departure from past practice where every year we were bringing forward both temporary notes as well as the permanent debt. We did say, though, at that time, we anticipated bringing forward the wastewater consent decree projects because they needed to proceed. And that was not being recommended for a pause. And that's why I made the point that the bonds, we have factored them into the rate study to make sure we will not have to increase the rates beyond what's already been approved to be able to pay for these projects. These projects are required by the consent decree, and they're factored into our funding plan, not just for next year, but for the foreseeable, for the whole term of the bonds. So I understand your concern and share it. Frankly, as the CFO, we're trying to figure out ways to reduce our debt. And the consent decree projects are a bit different, a bit separate. And so we are suggesting that, and suggested back in March, that there would not be a pause on these. But there would be the different strategy of not doing the temporary bonds and just moving straight to permanent bonds, so that we can get the projects done and they don't just continue forever. We have the money in place, we get the projects done. So I hope that answers a little bit of the questions, but I do understand the concern and share it.
Again, Stites District 7. So what projects were started and then are on pause, waiting to be completed, and the amount?
I would have to ask the department of the list of 10 projects and the one stormwater project, how many of those are currently, parts of them are under construction. They would need to answer that question. They're detailed out in your packet, which projects they are. The detention pond we were just talking about, I was double checking, but that's not one of the projects, but it's fine that we were asking a question about a different project, but that's not one of the projects being proposed. Which ones of these, I think the question is, were started with previous phases and are on hold until we get approval to do the bonds?
Yes, so CSO 19, CSO 44, and CSO 55. All projects related to those three consent decree overflow areas have been started and have either been on pause or we've had to wait 18 months to go out to bid.
And the reason that they would have to wait for 18 months to go out to bid is?
The upper split log stormwater improvements, that one was supposed to go to bid with the first phase packet, but we weren't allowed to go to bid for that one.
Ms. White, you're gonna have to speak up a little bit more here.
For the last part, you said you weren't allowed to?
Correct, we weren't allowed to. It was not in the budgetary process because we didn't have temp notes anymore.
Right, the money had not been approved by you all as a commission. And so there were no temp notes, which is what would have been coming forward at this juncture, would have been temp notes for these projects or a little bit earlier in the fiscal year. But because we were going through this separate process, a distinct process, we also had to work with the department about being very specific about the dollar amounts and the definitions of each project so that it wasn't just generically sewer rehab, that it was very specifically which projects are going to be done and funded through these bonds. So that's why, is that we didn't have the approval to move forward because the bonds hadn't been approved by you all.
So 2 out of the 3 have not went out yet. Is that correct?
No, CSO 19 is currently under construction.
Okay, and what's left on the, to finish that, dollar-wise?
CSO 19 would be approximately $4 million. It's the dollar value that we have listed there.
The 4.9, so approximately 5.
No, so upper split log stormwater improvements, that's CSO 44, that's 4.9. CSO 19 are the first two numbers, and so 2.549 and 1.764. That's what's remaining to finish. Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the top number only. 2.549 is what's required for CSO 19 Phase 1. We have not started CSO 19 Phase 2.
Commissioner, on item 6 in your packet, the very last page of that item lists out the details of each project with the dollar amount, just for quick reference.
Okay.
So previously within the budgetary process, we had capital that was outlaid per year. And that was what was previously authorized, but as it's been explained, it never went to bond. We just had always worked on temp notes for the approved budgetary process. When those temp notes no longer were available, then that meant that the project had to wait until we get to the bond. So that's where we're at right now. So these dollar values were previously seen as stormwater enhancement projects. That was one of the budgetary line items. The CSO, Combined Sewer Overflow Reduction Program line item, as well as a capital investment, formerly known as WFIA line item. So if we look back into our history, that's where these dollar values would come from.
And just one other clarification, there's a number of things that we have changed in our process so that the commission's informed along the way. In the past, we might, if you remember that presentation I did, we would do an authorization of projects that might be 3-4 years ago. And the departments took the authorization as a permission to spend. Okay, even though we didn't even have temporary notes and we didn't have permanent notes. And so they were spending money on those projects. And then we would bring forward temporary notes, which is just more costly because you're paying interest only for a period of time. And then we would bring forward, it could be a 3 or 4 year process to get the final permanent notes approved. And I brought forward a new strategy because I wasn't comfortable with that at any point, the commission could change their mind. And then we would have a situation where we had a contract that was valid, legally valid, but we didn't have any proceeds to pay it. So we've tried to put this all into one action by the commission that you will authorize and that you will provide permission for us to issue the bonds. And that's the next item, but they relate to one another. But we've changed the process quite a bit. We're being more specific in the projects, not just talking about general programs, so that it's very clear to our citizens exactly what we are going to be doing. I think a suggestion in concert with what Commissioner Burns was saying is that we can provide some estimated completion dates and then provide ongoing updates so that people know what the status of those projects are, particularly when they affect their district or their residential area. So that's a suggestion that we'll pick up on and we'll do in the future. But for these projects, these are all related to consent decree. They're all built into the rate model. We did not anticipate that we were going to do a debt pause on these projects. We are doing a debt pause on the other projects and rethinking the way that we even do our debt overall, but also Commissioner Burrows, you brought up the issue of really small bond issues and looking at not doing small issuances as part of the debt. Frankly, there's some changes I would like to see made to the CIP on the roadside so that we don't debt really small amounts of money and we switch out some big projects that are currently cash and put those into debt. Net difference are the same, but it just makes more sense to do it that way. So it just takes time to build a new system.
These projects are a major investment in infrastructure in our community, and every dollar that is spent needs to be accounted for. And I think this goes back to Commissioner Burns's comment that the roundabout was paused. He didn't know. His constituents expect it to be done. We're trying to come forward with the new bonding authority, and we don't know what projects are being funded. This CSO 19 and 50 and 40, this was shared with us through the Public Works Committee. So that was my next question, Council. How is it because it's a financial aspect that is before us this evening in economic development versus public works? I'm just kind of curious as to how it ended up here in ED&F versus public works. And so just a question.
I imagine because of the bonding character of it is probably what brought it to the finance part of the ED&F.
I appreciate that. The pause was due to the policy positions that we took. And I think it's a cost, the commission wanted a cost savings approach to our engineering studies, our pause of construction costs, doing these temporary notes that cost us interest only. That was money that we could not follow or see going out to the extent as an aggregate amount every year when we would refinance into full bonds. And so we would have a $39 million bond. We'd pay interest on it for 3 years as a temporary. Come time to borrow the money, we're still having to borrow $39 million. And so we wanted to be able, we as a commission wanted to be able to put a stop to that as much as possible, feasible, till we got our hands around how we wanted to do it collectively. And it's a cost savings moving forward that allows us to say this project is this amount of money. And if you want to raise that amount of money or that cost, you have to take it back to the public in reference to, through your commission, on fee increases, because that's where this money comes from to pay these bonds, is fee increases in your stormwater and your sanitary sewer fees. That's where this money comes from. And if I'm incorrect, somebody correct me, please.
So does that mean, what you're saying, there is no increase to the taxpayer right now? It's off of what is they're currently paying is going to fund these, and there's zero increase.
Taxes.
There's zero property taxes to pay for this. The rate increases, the commission's already voted to approve a 4% sanitary sewer monthly rate increase. And that included, and that's not all just directly related to these bonds. It's also just a normal cost. The things that are funded by the sewer rates are your operations, your personnel, your cash projects, your maintenance projects, and your bond payments. That all comes from the sewer rates that the public pays, the residents and the commercial businesses as part of their monthly bill. And these projects are built into that rate study so that we are assured that the 4% increase that was approved for next year will not have to go up in future years to pay for these bonds. That pays for the bonds through the term of the issuance.
Yep.
So they're tied together, but no property taxes.
Well, no, we've done a good job at raising people's property taxes. So is there a process, is there a bid tab for the projects that have already been started that we could receive?
Absolutely. We can provide that. We keep records when all of this is competitively bid. Anything on construction that's over 150,000 has to be a sealed bid. And below 150, you have to have 3 quotes. So we have that documentation, be glad to provide it to you. And if they haven't been bid yet, we could provide them as they are bid. Glad to do that as well.
So the 4% that is built in for 26,
Correct?
and that stays constant throughout the entire term of the bond,
Correct.
4%, no increase. Nobody's going to come back and be asking for more.
For these projects.
Years.
For these
Right, for
projects.
these projects.
Now, whether or not there's
I
other
think what's
projects.
going to happen is we're going to hear that, well, we're going to have to come back for you to address a couple other projects, right? So that 4% doesn't do it. Now we need 6% or we need 8%. That's what I'm afraid of.
One of the things that finance and the administration did is work with the department because there were some scenarios that would have required higher rate increases, and we were not comfortable with that. And so we said not more than 4% and then 3.5% in future years. So we have done some forecasting for future projects that will need to be bonded. We wouldn't do them yet because there's only so much capacity to build projects, plus some of them are related to future phases of these projects. So you need to do this one before that one. And we'd be glad to schedule some time, maybe at the full commission meeting to kind of give an overview of here's all the projects.
Assuming that it gets to full commission meeting.
Yeah.
So we have $43 million in discretionary spending. When we did our budget, $43 million that we didn't touch, which would have easily covered this amount. And we wouldn't have had to go to bond anything.
I believe that number is in the general fund.
City and county.
Correct. And this is a totally separate revenue
Right.
source.
Well, we could have paid for it though, out of general, right?
Could.
Yep.
You could.
That's what I'm getting at. Not one penny of discretionary spending was touched to address some of our issues that we have. And now here we are asking for the taxpayer to burden more. Unfortunately, tonight you're at every person has to vote yes to move this through. So we'll see where it goes. Thank you.
I think Mr. Stites brings up a fine point in reference to the fees that are being charged yet going forward in the next budget, that 4%. There was an issue raised by the commission, I believe a little more than a year ago through the Public Works Commission about federal grant money being sought to go into some of these projects to lower the cost and the impact to the taxpayer long-term. Do we know where we are on federal grants? I know there were timelines, we had to rush and we got some, but did we apply for those grants? Did those grants come in? Where are we on the federal grants? Do we know?
Commissioner, we also committed as part of the grant policy, we're going to give you a monthly report just for future reference that will give you an accounting of everything you've approved for us to apply for and what the status was so that we have that feedback loop. I believe those large ones that were a little controversial because there was partners, community partners.
Yep.
Those were not, we were not granted approval of those. There was $20 million each, two of them. We did not get those awarded. We did have a $2 million federal earmark that was for some sanitary sewer projects. That was approved. And we've gotten approval to reimburse some of our expenses related to the biosolids project. So we'll be getting you just, and this is globally, the updated report on how we're doing. But if you have specific questions about specific other grants that the department can answer, I'll gladly be quiet. But I just wanted to share, we'll send that out as part of the biweekly report.
Great, thank you. I think it's extremely important that those federal dollars that are out there to help with our infrastructure, this was an EPA mandate that we reinvest and separate the stormwater and the sewer collectively in our community. We were the last ones to settle in the state, and the fines are extremely expensive had we not taken action. I don't want to say the criteria that gave us the authority to enter into an agreement was quite generous from the federal government. And the trouble that we had collectively as a body was coming up with the initial fee to ensure that we didn't have a stair step or a roller coaster ride on these fees. We tried to keep it as close to balanced as we could, but to keep that from continuing to climb was the opportunity to grab federal grants, which would have lowered the cost of any increase or eliminated an increase for a year or two that would have gone into helping these projects. Because this is if I remember correctly, it's $1 billion of investment that is needed in our community over a period of years. And if that's not correct, Mr. Miles, please, I'm just trying to go back off of having chaired the Public Works as well as the Financial Committee, just trying to remember if that's the number that we were talking about.
Yeah, Commissioner Burrows, spot on. Exactly the way you explained it, spot on. When they finalized the consent decree in 2020, we entered into a partial consent decree in 2013, finalized it in 2020. It did have recommended targeted rate increases, and it was a stair-stepped approach to the way you explained, and it's in the downward forward. Other cities just across the river took a much more aggressive stance to their consent decree. They were at 10 to 15% increases per year. We went 5, 4, and as Shelley explained, into the future, our targeted rate increases are at 3.5% past 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Miles. I just, sometimes my memory doesn't serve me the best, but this is an issue that I think many of us have followed because of the budgeting aspect of this and the fees that are assessed to the public. Bottom line is we have a consent decree, we have a financial obligation to meet within that consent decree, but that doesn't mean we just go out and spend money frivolously. It's the taxpayers' money.
Absolutely. Yep. So it comes out of the same pocket. Yes. Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments, committee? Commissioner Stites?
Stites District 7, I agree. I mean, we're going to pay this regardless, right? And I do appreciate the fact that we're getting away from the temporary. We got to. But I'm going to tell you what my problem is that we didn't look at other ways to try to get there. Just like we didn't drill down into our budget to identify ways to not raise people's taxes. Just like we aren't drilling down in ways to try to figure out how we don't have to debt finance this entire amount. That's my frustration. I mean, it's just debt after debt after debt. We've passed resolutions here so that we can, on new projects that will pay debt down, right? Economic development tool that will pay debt down. And here we are adding to that debt. We're trying to get it down 42 or 44 cents out of every dollar that people pay, taxpayers pay, goes to pay off debt. And here we're adding more to it. And it's just frustrating that we seem to just continue to add to it and not look at ways to not add to debt. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Wicks?
Yeah, and the finance department. So to get this was in an effort to make sure things were clear. The first action would be an amendment to the CIP that just makes these in sync. They're not in sync right now. It's not clear. The CIP just has generic programs. It doesn't list out the specifics. And then the next item is a resolution that would authorize us to actually sell the bonds, which we would actually not do until there's a whole lot of steps, and Kevin can talk about them, but if approved, in December, we would be doing all the legal paperwork and we would get our bond ratings in December and early January. And then they would do the sale, and then they would close in February. And that's when the department would have the money to actually proceed with the projects.
Mr. Wakes, can you please turn on your mic?
Thank you very much. The reason why I asked is because he said you didn't look at other ways, but this is your recommendation because you did look at all the ways, and this is the recommendation that you're making based on what you see, and you will submit this to. If we vote yes on this, you will take it to the commission. The commission has to approve it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
I am a commissioner. And we didn't look at ways to figure out how to cut it in our budget. That's what I'm talking about.
So if I can just comment, and I appreciate 100% what you're saying, Commissioner Stites. What I would suggest is on the discretionary funding you're talking about, which was on the general fund sides, that those might be ways to reduce property taxes because it's kind of a one-for-one relationship as opposed to this issue, which is a separate funding source. And I personally would not recommend, and no city, no county uses general fund monies to pay for their enterprise fund, which a sewer fund, a water fund, those are enterprise funds. They wouldn't recommend using your general funds for those uses. And so I know that discussion wasn't really had, but I would have guessed that based on the discussion that was had, that if discretionary spending had been cut, it wouldn't have been to be able to pay for the sewer projects. It would have been to help offset property taxes, which is understandable because they're related. So just, as far as looking at other alternatives for an enterprise fund, those are paid for from fees. That's how enterprise funds work. And the only other options that would be good financial stewards would be for us to look in the department for other additional cuts in maintenance, operations, personnel, to fund construction of capital projects required by the consent decree. And I think the department has done the best that they can in that regard in trying to skinny up their operating budget. But remember, there's competing needs for the same source of funding. Sewer rates are what pay for all of this. So it's what pays for collecting our sewer, our sewage, treating our sewage, doing capital repairs and maintenance, and then also paying for the debt for the big projects. So just sharing a little bit more information. But I do understand your point
I can
completely.
appreciate that, but the reason that it wasn't talked about going towards this particular project is because nobody brought it up. I mean, that's the fact. The reason that we didn't discuss it is because it was never brought up that we were going to need this money for a project. So, I mean, we would have had that discussion back during budgetary times if it would have been brought up.
Chair,
Yes, Mr. Lucas.
Rodney Lucas, interim assistant county administrator. Dr. Knieven, if they don't pass it right now, what happens? We need to move this along.
Then we would not be able to bring it forward to the full commission. What I would request is some kind of option to bring it forward maybe without a recommendation so the full commission could have the fuller discussion, to not just kill it here because I'm very confident that we're going to need these monies to be able to do these projects, understanding completely the issues that are being raised. But I know that we have brought issues out of committee without recommendation, and then it's not put on consent agenda, which this wouldn't be anyway. But that would be my plea, is to move it forward without recommendation so that all the commissioners can weigh in. But it's just simply too important with the legal required consent decree. So I just offer that.
Thank you. That, take that consideration under advisement. There's one item in here that the $4 million for the Sumner football field realignment, that wasn't necessarily added. That was, is that a cost savings to us because there's going to be construction done there moving forward? Was that a cost savings? If I remember part of the discussion, I don't want this to go out and somebody say something without it being mentioned in the record, but the Sumner Academy football realignment and rehabilitation, we had a line that runs directly under the football field, if I remember, behind the facility, and they want to renovate that football field, and we're going to partner with them, and it is a cost savings because we're doing it simultaneously, if my memory serves me correctly.
Sarah Schaefer, Public Works. Correct, they have a project that is going on. They want to upgrade to and receive an NFL grant to redo their football field. We do have a major line as well as some partial collapses in and around that space that would not withstand heavy construction, nor the risk of having assets underneath an engineered field. So the realignment would assist in repairing and replacing dilapidated and deteriorating assets.
So that's on us and not the school district's responsibility. Is that what I'm hearing?
It's a partnership.
Sure that the dollars that are due to the realignment, if they were going to do construction and needed realignment, wouldn't it be on the school district responsibility to pay for that engineering and realignment to accommodate their new development?
Not necessarily with the way our ordinances is, especially when it's dilapidated or partially collapsed at this time.
Okay, all right. Committee, any more questions? Commissioner Burns, any questions?
Yeah, I would like to ask Commissioner Stites a question. If these projects were in your district, would you have a different viewpoint?
The people that are paying the increase bond debt are in my district, and I would vote accordingly.
Well,
If
I think sometimes you have to do the right thing and what's not politically expedient.
Guess I don't understand what you're saying there, but okay.
I knew you wouldn't.
Well, I mean, if you'd like to explain, I'm all ears. Maybe you can't.
I may, we'll go ahead, and what I would like to do is, I'm going to, if there's no more questions from the committee, I'm going to ask if there was anybody that sent in written comment in reference to this item. Madam Clerk,
No comments were received.
is there anybody online that wishes to speak to this item?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Is there anybody present in the audience that would care to speak to this item? You'll be given 3 minutes. Let the record show no one stepped forward. Committee, as your chair, I do know that there's sentiment about the fee increase, and I might suggest that it has been proposed that we submit this to the full commission for consideration and not take the chance of doing something that we would have to call back the committee to do again, at least through full commission. If you have any other questions that you want answered or any other comments you want made, that the full commission can weigh in on it. But that'd be the purvey of the commission members. Commissioner Burns.
I move we submit it to the full commission.
Without recommendation? It has to be without
The
recommendation.
recommendation of approval.
Okay, so you're making a motion to approve. I want to make sure I understand. Council, is that
Second.
how I understood the motion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is Jeff Conway, legal. It sounded as if the motion was for approval.
To send it to the full commission.
Yeah,
It would go to the full commission if we approve it. Okay, I just want to make sure that your motion is correct. That's what you want to do. You want to move to approve this. Okay. Okay, so there's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Wait a second.
Madam Clerk, we have a motion for approval. and a second. Please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Stites, Burrows,
Aye. Committee, council, that just killed this opportunity to advance it to the full commission.
That motion fails, but there is a possibility for other motions.
I will make a substitute motion to send this to the full commission without recommendation of the committee as your chair.
Wait second.
Madam Clerk, please call roll.
roll call. Wakes, Burns,
Aye.
Stites, Burrows.
Aye.
Vote is 3-1.
Okay, that
Fails.
motion failed. Okay. Motion fails. Okay. I'm not going to play the gamesmanship that would be required to advance this at this time. Motion fails at this time. We have to wait 30 days before the project can be brought back forward or the request can be brought back forward.
I believe so, Mr. Chairman. It can lay over. It's not dead. The motion was not to kill it. It just failed to advance.
That's my point. Mr. Miles, you had your hand up. I will recognize you at this time.
Before I'm going to say what I'm going to say, can I get some advice from legal? Jeff?
Yes, please do so, because the next item up is also pertaining to this discussion. We'll take a 2-minute recess. Next item, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, well, I'll just say.
What he didn't understand what I was. He would vote that no. That's not right. You know, sometimes you gotta do the right thing. Well, you should always do the right thing. You know, he can have his opinion. You know what? If it was in his nature, he'd be screaming and yelling. Well, that's my nut. Oh, no on this one, but yes on the back. The other committee. He didn't want it.
putting our commissioners on notice this evening. We're just going to go ahead and move on. We'll hold it over till another date. And there's other actions that can be taken, I'm sure, during the procedure. This is an opportunity for us as commission to talk and discuss. And if it's relevant that we need to take action immediately, well, as your chair, I'll call another meeting and we'll address it at that time. So at this time, the motion failed to advance to full committee without recommendation. That was our last action item. So now we're going to move on to item, it would have been item 4.5, but that's a moot point at this time. It was tied to the additional discussion that we just had in reference to the $39.4 million increase in bonding. So that takes us to the final item this evening. Before I misspeak, I want to make sure, no, it's not. It's next to the final item this evening. And this is an ordinance terminating various tax increment financing districts and community improvement districts. And I believe the committee will find this quite satisfactory. A little bit of good news. So we're going to talk about 12 tax increment financing districts. Those are TIFs, and one community improvement district, a CID, that need to be closed. The closure is due to reaching the applicable timeline allowed under state statute, the full terms of the development agreements being met, or the project did not materialize. And I'll recognize Shelley Knieven for our presentation, and I believe Debbie Johnson will be joining her. And Mr. Wimpy, are you involved in this one also?
Yes.
Okay, welcome. I haven't had the privilege of the other two ladies. I apologize.
Chanel Perez with Gilmore and Bell.
Elise Villarreal, Debt Coordinator.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, ladies, for joining us. Please, Shelley.
So I'm going to turn this over to Debbie and Elise to give a quick overview. But as you said, these are a variety of TIFs and one community improvement district that we're bringing forward to terminate. There's different reasons why we're terminating. There's a detailed summary list included in the packet that explains why. We are going through the process and verifying what happens. In some cases, we have excess proceeds, meaning that there's more money in the fund that needs to be handled. If it's sales tax, then that comes to the city and the county. And if it's property tax, it gets distributed to all of the taxing districts. So we're verifying those dollar amounts. So we've got some rough estimates for you right now, but we need to verify those with the Treasury Department because we have to go back in time of when each year that the taxing, like the TIF, was in place and look at what the tax rates were for each taxing district to see what portion for that year of the taxes they're entitled to year to year to year to year. Okay, so it's a little complicated calculation, but we do have some rough estimates. And for the city and county funds that come to us, the sales tax funds are then just remitted and come as general sales tax, and it'll be reported on your next quarterly report. And it will help to, it was not budgeted, wasn't counted on, but it'll help the budget. It's not a negative, but and the property taxes, same thing. And then if there is a slight amount of sales taxes, for example, that don't come in and hit budget, this helps to offset that. But we'll have a full accounting of that as those distributions are done. But I'll pause there. It's quite a bit. For the city side, it's about $1.7 million. But as I mentioned, there are a variety of items where we have an excess, but there's also several TIF districts where we have a deficit, meaning that that project did not materialize the way that we had hoped, but we issued bonds. And so we're in a process of we're having to use our general property tax to pay those bonds. And so we've detailed that for you as well, that we have to terminate the TIF because it's met its statutory limit, but we still have a debt restriction or a debt payment that we will have to make. So we've detailed that for you as well. So with that, I'll let Debbie talk about the details, and we're all here to answer your questions.
Good evening, Commissioners. Debbie Johnshire, Deputy CFO. So I'll just start in the order I think that you were given in your list here, and I'll just go through, kind of note what is the reason that we're terminating them and what the excess or deficit would be. So we'll start with the Strawberry Hill TIF, and feel free to interrupt if you have a question as we go along. This was a residential TIF. The district was created in 2006. It was activation year was 2007. And when that happened, usually to activate the 20-year clock on a TIF, it takes a approval of a project plan. So for this one, the activation year was 2007. The maturity year is 2027, and that is because TIFs have a 20-year clock. So once the clock ends, you can no longer, the district automatically terminates on the ones where it has ended. We are doing this as a formality, but if we did nothing, when the clock ends, it automatically terminates the district, and we would no longer receive any TIF revenues toward that district.
Debbie, if I may, with
Mhm.
that comment, do we know what the Strawberry Hill plan was? What what development was it that required the TIF?
It was a neighborhood residential development. The area was between 4th and 6th Street, north of Ann and south of Armstrong Avenue.
Question I have, and this has been brought forward by the residents in Strawberry Hill, the condition of the alleys are horrendous. The vehicles are challenged to get up and down those routes, let alone our public service providers, that those alleys need to be addressed. Those funds could go towards that alley renovation. I would attest to that, that if that's part of a TIF, that's infrastructure that would that could be utilized on those TIF dollars. But those alleys are to the point that some of them you can't even drive down. So overgrown, and I don't want to say potholes because that would insinuate that there's a road there, but some of them have grown quite in bad shape. To put the investment in there and then mandate people have access on the back of their property, then not provide public service for alleys. I was just kind of curious. I'd like to be able to carry that back to Mr. Burns and my constituents in that area.
So Shelley Knieven, CFO. So the TIF, when approved specifically land acquisition and demolition. So the projects didn't include alleys. So we can't continue the TIF to be able to do alleys. However, with the excess proceeds that we just were talking about, there could be a commission action to appropriate those dollars for a specific use like alleys. So that's definitely something that the commission could take up at a later time. You wouldn't need to do that right now, but it's something that the commission could discuss. And really that's true for any of the excess proceeds.
Thank
Yes.
I had Commissioner Burns and then Commissioner Stites. I'm sorry, Commissioner Burns.
Are the alleys the responsibility of the homeowners, or is it the street department or the UD?
My understanding is it varies, to be very honest, because, and in the CIP, if you pulled out for 26, we have a program for alley repairs that's included. Anecdotally, that's one of the projects listed for debt that I would rather do cash and switch out some of the funding, but there is some funding identified for alley improvements citywide, and so it's probably unique to each individual property. Strawberry Hill is a very old area, so we would need to be looking at those more specifically as to whose responsibilities they are.
Well, there's alleys in other parts of my
Correct.
district too
That's right.
that are in ruin.
And I do know that some are the city's responsibility. I just don't know that we could affirmatively say tonight that all of them are. But we can look at any area, any questions, any areas that you all have. We're glad to look at those.
Okay.
Commissioner Stites.
Stites District 7. So now what's the reason for the termination early?
Because the approved in the TIF, the approved things were already done and paid for. And so there's nothing else in eligible cost to be able to use those monies for. So you have to terminate, and you can terminate early. And this is one that we are terminating early because the approved expenditures have been completed.
So this is more of a house cleaning deal, which, so when were those approved costs met? Like what year? I mean, it's 25 now. So was it in,
It's been within the last year.
in the last 12
Mhm.
months?
Yeah.
And what did you say that amount was? Because I don't know.
You can't see that?
Well, I'm trying.
So there's actually a balance of 262,000, but we have a couple of years left in debt payments. So we're keeping our debt payments out, which we're allowed to do legally. And by the way, we're talking with Kevin about whether or not we can pay those off early and save a little interest. Then the extra above what's on the debt schedule is the 146, and that's the amount that would be available to use for other purposes. Yeah. Yeah. And that's yes, that's of the amount of money that is available.
Wouldn't go very far in repairing any alleys, but I mean, if it could, I mean, I'm sure that folks would appreciate any improvement versus nothing.
Understood. And this is, so for this action tonight, it's a house cleaning. It's a required, what the funds were approved for has been completed. And so we're not really authorized now to continue on. But it doesn't mean that because we have some excess proceeds, you couldn't make a policy decision later about how to use those dollars. They won't get lost. We'll have an accounting of them.
Thank you.
I did just want to say, we did have we had a bond issue. There was a bond issued on this particular development. And we have collected enough money the bond payments go out to 2031. We've collected enough money to pay those bond payments out. And then the 146 is an excess in addition to that. For what we've collected. The one question I might have, and maybe this is for Kevin, on the excess, typically when a TIF is closed, the excess is then redistributed to the other taxing entities. Are we only able to then say direct what comes back to the city and the county versus the other entities, or can we still retain the entire amount?
Yeah, thanks, Debbie. Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell, also with my colleague Chanel Perez. We represent the UG as your bond counsel. So the TIF Act is silent on what happens with excess funds. There's no direction in the statute. And so we generally provide that any leftover funds should be sent back to the county assessor's office to be distributed pro rata with mill levy. So I think just as you described, that it'd be treated like new tax revenue in the given year. Thanks.
Thanks, Kevin. And
Entire county or just that?
to all the taxing entities for that TIF.
For that area.
Right, it would be,
I mean, people that didn't pay into it wouldn't receive any.
right.
Okay.
It would be distributed to the city, the county, and it would be District 500, the community college, and the library. We did estimate what those revenues would be, and we would estimate about 38,000 would come back to both the city and the county, and the other 70,000 would go to those other districts. So there'd be about 76,000 if they wanted to reallocate those dollars. So then, any other questions on Strawberry Hill? The next one is Prescott Plaza TIF. This one is at 18th Street Expressway and I-70, sits over on the northeast corner of that area. The district was created in 2005. This one also had a bond issue done. The project plan was approved in 2006, so maturity is 2026. So we are retiring this one, or we're terminating this district a little bit early. The excess amount is $225,826. We have a balance of 2.7 million. However, 2.5 million of that will be retained for the debt service payments from 2026 through 2029. And then the 225,000 would be redistributed, with potentially the city getting about 200,000 and the county getting 25,000.
Shelley Knieven, CFO. Just for clarification, some of these TIFs were just property tax. Some of them were sales tax, and then some of them were both, to make it even more complicated. So this is one where it was just sales tax. So the other taxing districts don't get any of these proceeds. It just comes to the city and county. That's why those numbers are the full excess amount.
Right. Yeah, because there are no excess, there were no property tax revenues. And did want to note too that the bonds for this TIF district are, they were refunded in 2017 and 2019. So the refunded bonds can't be callable. So we'll hold those, that money in the debt service fund to make those payments through 2029. So next one is Metropolitan Avenue TIF. This one had some extra notes on this one, just to make sure. This one had, I think, several project areas. It had both a TIF and a sales tax bond issue. The total amount that was financed on this one was 5.2 million. Project Area 1 was 1.6 million, and this had both the TIF and the sales tax. And then Project Area 2 was 3.6 million. So there's 4 million sitting in the balance. 2.9 of it would be retained for debt service payments from 2026 to 2033, and 1.1 million would get redistributed. Project Area 1 had excess sales and use taxes. It would be redistributed 653,000 to the city and 95,000 to the county. Excess property tax is 212.5 thousand, and that would get redistributed to all the taxing entities, with 55,000 for the city and 53,000 for the county. And on Project Area 2 of the Metropolitan TIF, the sales and use tax would be 162,000 to the city and 23,000 to the county, with no property tax revenues. Let's see. There's two separate issues still on this one. The 2015 bonds are currently callable, so we'll evaluate if that generates savings to pay that down early. The 2017 bonds are not currently callable. Any questions on
No
this? Okay.
questions.
Escalade Heights was a residential development. It was on Meadowlark Lane between Parallel and State Avenue. The project plan was approved. Looks like we might have had two project plans approved, 2005 and 2008. There were, let's see, I think there were three project areas, Project Area A, B, and C. A had an apartment complex. B was a residential development, and then C was developed last, and it currently has a sports field for USD 500, which is on Project C, and it's currently the only one that remains in the TIF. Project Area A was the apartment complex. I don't believe we had any reimbursable TIF expenses from that development. So the revenue that was generated went to the housing development. There were supposed to be, I believe it was 68 homes in that development. However, only 5 homes were built. So this one did not complete. Eventually, Project Area A and the remaining portion of Project Area B were taken out of the TIF. Let's see. The 20-year.
Further development in Escalade Heights at this time.
There was another development that came in there and finished out the project, and I believe it might be community housing has some of, I don't know if they own all of the homes in there, but I think they own some of them, but nothing else was within the, that was eligible under the TIF. But this one was a pay-as-you-go reimbursement. So as we collected TIF revenue, it was paid back to the developer for the costs that were certified. Let's see, so there's 367,000 remaining excess property tax revenues, and that would be split amongst all the taxing jurisdictions. We're estimating the city would get about 96,000 and the county would get 94,000 of that. And the other 177 would go back to the other districts.
So just keeping attention to time, just wanted to note that our bond council has another public meeting they have to attend, so they've stepped out. But we can follow up with any other questions you might have. But to just expedite this a little bit, the next three developments are three residential TIFs where either the residential development, it just didn't manifest the way that was anticipated. And in those, all of those have existing debt that we will have to continue to pay. But it's exhausted the term, so we don't have a choice but to terminate those TIF districts. So for the next foreseeable years, we will have an amount of money that we have to pay and have been paying. We've been subsidizing those as the revenues just haven't been generated. And then there's a number of 5 developments that there were plans approved at some point in the past in different years, and the project never proceeded, so we're just terminating those. Of course, if something came forward and they wanted to request something at a later time, then that could come back for the commission to evaluate, but those projects just didn't materialize. So that's all the TIFs, and I'm just trying to be respectful of time. And the last item is a SID that we're proposing be closed. This is a SID that very specific, again, very specific things get approved in those development agreements of what those funds can be used for. And depending on how quickly the revenue is generated, then that's only those things can be reimbursed. They can't keep adding to it. It's what the commission originally said was reimbursable. And in this case, these and Metropolitan Avenue SID, they generated enough money to be able to repay what was approved. It was pay as you go, no bonds. And so there is excess proceeds. And why that gets particularly important is we need to terminate it because the taxpayers are still paying those taxes. And so they don't need to pay them because what you approved, the tax to be levied for those improvements have been completed and reimbursed to the developer. So this is, again, a bit of a housekeeping. But in this case, these particular costs were sales tax, and those would go back to the city and to the county. It wouldn't be distributed to others.
Commissioner Stites?
Stites District 7, and in no way am I picking on the St. Peter's Waterway TIF, I think is what it says. It's just the largest amount. It's $3 million, and you're saying we're still paying on that, right? So if it didn't generate, just explain to me how we issued $3 million worth of debt and nothing happened.
So it's a combination of time and how quickly the development is built. And this particular development didn't get built as quickly as they had anticipated. So
It did get built though.
a portion was built, but not the full thing. And so the what was approved was land acquisition, site prep, grading, utility work, relocation, and financing costs. And so the bond issuance was sized to the development. That's why it's so important when these things come forward to you and why we spend so much time talking about the plan and why we do an independent revenue study is to try and make sure that that plan will happen in the right amount of time to repay the debt. TIF debt, though, is a little bit different than some like STAR bonds. It's different than STAR bonds, but TIF debt ultimately is the responsibility of the UG. So when this didn't generate the money that was anticipated, then we've had to subsidize. Now, I will say of the $5 million total, well, originally it was 2.7 million, but then you have interest that you pay on that as well. But the TIF did pay a significant amount. The TIF paid about almost $3 million over the course of time. It's just that we still have about $2 million left that we have to pay. And the TIF has two.
Oh, the bond amount, and I apologize, I'm trying to see.
No, I apologize. That's why I printed it.
That's okay. So I think that's interesting to make sure that we, when we're talking about future development, right? And when we're talking about TIFs that aren't UG backed, that's a good thing, right? Because in the event of this right here, and you talk about the next one, which is, and I think I'm going to have it right, the Mission Cliffs, right? There's another $2.7 million. For we got $5.7 million that we're still on the hook for TIFs that didn't perform, right? That were UG backed. So whenever we have development agreements and when we come into discussion to approve development agreements and it's either pay as you go or not UG backed, right? That's what we would, I think that we're ultimately striving for, and I think that we've done a good job at that lately. So, because this is what can happen.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
These were decisions that were made before us, the president council.
Yeah.
And I don't want to say we're paying for them, but it's allowed us to go back in and make the changes that we've made that benefits the entire process.
And we plan to go through an annual process and bring these forward so that we stay on top of it. A little of these should have probably happened a little sooner. So we're going to go through an annual process and bring back anything that needs to terminate, either because it didn't materialize, unfortunately, or because it did materialize and we can pay it off quicker. That's good. Or we no longer need to capture the revenues, and then those dollars can go out to the proper taxing districts.
Follow-up question if I can.
Yes, sir.
So and I know that Kevin's not here or bond counsel's not here, but maybe that all additional money that it comes back on the ones that did perform and that we have excess money. I don't know if maybe we pick one of these or, like I would say we're probably close to that Peregrine Falcons TIF, right, of 730,000. We might be able to eliminate one, right? If those funds could be used to go up to pay off another one, right?
That's
So just get it off our books.
Maybe. So, or we could set it, we could set it aside to be used for the debt. So it's net difference of the same.
Well, I'm afraid that if we just set it aside and then put it in general fund, somebody's going to come wrong and they're going to cabbage it up and they're going to use it to, do whatever it is instead of actually reducing debt and the burden on the taxpayers.
That gets complicated because often several issues are combined into one GO bond issue that includes TIF and other. And so we have to look at it's like you can't refund a portion of the debt, you have to do the whole debt. So that I know that's one of the issues with one of the projects that we have, but we are absolutely looking at that. Anything that we can pay off early, we would. And then in the excess proceeds, what we're proposing is that those dollars would be set aside, the ones that we do have money that we still have debt on. They would stay in the project account. They don't get absorbed into the general fund because we have outstanding debt. And so that's what we're proposing for those. But then there's some other dollars, when you add them all up, it's about $1.7 million on the city side and it's about 300,000 on the county side. Those would go back into the general funds, and then that could be a policy decision. You want to use that, set that aside so that we can pay debt, or we can, pay for alleys, but that would be a discussion you all could have.
Thank you. And to accelerate this a little bit, I know this is quite burdensome, but it's significantly important. Is there any other questions tied to one of these pertinent TIFs or CIDs we need to discuss? If not, I'm ready to move on and have a motion to terminate the TIFs and the CID. I just want to make sure that we've got all the questions. All right, no more questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Madam Clerk, has you received anything written in reference to this item?
No comments were received.
Anybody online with their hands up wish to speak?
There are no hands raised.
Anybody present care to speak on this item? You'll have 3 minutes. Let the record show nobody step forward. Committee, I'd entertain a motion for approval.
Districts and community improvement districts.
Wait, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites. Burrows.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, committee. Next item up is the resolution authorizing an amendment to the master equipment lease purchase. So I'll recognize Okay, Debbie Johnson from our Finance Department. Please, Debbie.
Good evening, Debbie Johnsher, Deputy CFO. So this is the resolution authorizing amendment to our master lease purchase agreement. This is something we do each year. Typically, we do this in the first quarter of every year and get the amendment for everything we plan to lease finance. However, with our pause on the issuance of debt, we held off to find out what was going to come in. Currently, in this amendment, we only have 3 fire trucks that were ordered back in 2023. They just received them this year. It's taking now about 2 years, whereas they used to receive it within the 12 months. Now it's taking 2 to 3 years to get them. So these were previously approved and they were ordered. We received them, so now we're asking to be able to finance them through the lease program. We've also got 2 transit buses that are also being financed. So the total of those 2 is about 3.17 million to finance those 5 vehicles. And this would extend the lease amendment to December 31st of this year and allow us to go forward with setting up the lease schedules for those vehicles.
To pay for the lease, it comes out of the general fund or does it come out of the funds of the department?
These would come out of the general fund. These are both fire department could be, it could be their EMS fund, it could be dedicated sales tax or the general fund. And transit, I believe, is the general fund.
Great. Thank you for that. Questions, any committee? Mr.
The Stites District 7, the transit bus, that's for our local that we're running. And that's how many you said? 2? 2. And what's the price tag on those? I don't know.
For the 2 of them, $267,000.
And do you know, are those bought on the Mark contract, or do we go out and source these ourselves, or just go through Mark? Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Mr. Wakes. I'm sorry, Mr. Wakes.
The Stevie Wakes BPU. So the lease agreement, is that also bid out?
Yes, we have an agreement that was bid out. I believe we went out in 2021. We typically go out about every 5 years, and then we'll have amendments. Our agreement allows for amendments up to 5 years. So we are approaching that point where we will be going out for another bid.
Thank you.
We do look at the rates because they price, the contract is based on the prevailing rates at the time. So it's not like a fixed rate from back in 21. And so we look at those rates and we compare them to market to make sure that they're reasonable. So that if they're not, we're not obligated to use this financing mechanism. But we get the authority from you all in the budget to go ahead and order, but we don't want to start paying on it to the product until we receive it. And so then we start paying on it when we receive it.
And I believe a while back, the lease was determined to be more cost-effective than outright purchasing because of the trade-in aspect.
That's correct. And actually, I'm doing a separate analysis. I know you probably have heard a lot about the enterprise lease. And I'm doing a separate analysis because I believe the Bank of America rates they are better than what we're paying. So we may be changing the way that we finance other vehicles that are done through lease purchase just to get the better rate.
Thank you. No other questions? I'll ask clerk if there was anyone sending written information.
No comments were received.
Any hands raised on this item?
There are no hands raised.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak to this item? You'll have 3 minutes. Let the record show no one step forward. Committee, I need a roll call. Motion to approve.
Move for approval.
Wait a second.
Thank you. Committee, we have a motion for approval of the resolution authorizing amendments to the master equipment lease purchase agreement. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call. Wakes,
Aye.
Burns,
Aye.
Stites, Burrows.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. Thank you, public, who have been patient with us this evening. I have no other items on the agenda this evening. Committee, I know it's been a long night, but I do appreciate your work and your attentiveness. Staff, thank you for the information. Committee, I'd entertain a motion for adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
We have a motion and a second for adjournment. Madam Clerk, please call roll.
Wakes.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Stites. Burrows.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Commissioner Townsend, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, she's very faint. Commissioner, your microphone is very, very faint, so it's very hard to hear you. Can you hear me now, Commissioner Townsend?
I can hear you, but I'm trying to, I don't know what's causing my mic on my end I can hear you.
Okay, you can hear me. Yeah, it's just on your end, your microphone it sounds like it's muffled in some way.
Yeah, I don't know. I've tried another one, but
Okay.
that hasn't been used.
Okay, say something.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Is that better?
And she's getting feedback. She would have to mute her other device. And there's some kickback there.
What else you have open, Commissioner Townsend?
I had the phone, let me turn that off.
Commissioner Townsend, this is Brittany in the clerk's office. Can you hear me?
Now I'm hearing you through my phone. Okay. IT was able to get a hold of me and they said for the next time that you come in to bring your device in, it's probably the mic on your device. Okay, and I've tried several, so something's wrong with that. Okay, we're not getting the feedback now, so whatever you did, it seems like it's gonna work. Okay, well, I'm actually talking through the phone, so I'll just have to leave that open.
Commissioner Townsend, would it be possible for you to just access the meeting on your phone and not on your computer?
I'll see.
Well, right there is better.
Well, I think what you're hearing, Mr. Lucas, is through your open line to me.
Thank you all for your patience. We're just making sure we have one more member so we can meet quorum. Yeah, it would still have to be recorded. And then, of course, there's going to be some feedback. Yeah, she's gonna have to exit out on her computer device. While we're waiting, Parks and Rec folks, you all can make your way up. Commissioner Townsend, have you been able to switch to your cell phone?
Say again?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me? I haven't been able to switch over to.
Commissioner Townsend, they're asking me to have you completely log off your computer.
Okay.
Just remain on the phone.
Yeah, well, I want to see if she can, and clerk, can you send her via email the link to this meeting? That way she can attend on her phone. That would be the easiest way. That way we don't have any more hot mics or anything. It'll be an email. Thank you all for your patience. We're just working through technical difficulties. We'll get started shortly. Yeah, let's wait. Let's make sure that Commissioner Townsend pops up there before disconnecting from her, Mr. Lucas. Yeah. And then and join the meeting. And then I'll have the clerk elevate Commissioner Townsend from the audience to a panelist. But it has to be done on the phone. We do have a new person that's been added. Clerk, do we know who that is? It's been added as a panelist.
She's with the clerk's office. It's our new hire.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Okay. So it's not Commissioner Townsend. Okay. Thank you all for your patience. We're still working on getting a quorum to get the meeting started. Hoping to get started soon. Thank you. Commissioner, this is Commissioner Davis. Can you hear me? Oh, wait, am I muted? Brittany, am I muted? Okay. Oh, gotcha.
Commissioner Townsend, IT is advising you to try your computer again.
Can you hear me?
That is much better. Can you try speaking a little bit louder?
Yes, can you hear me?
Hallelujah. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you
Thank you all so much.
Thank you
Thank you.
all.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and get started. Appreciate everyone participating in the Technology Olympics that we just had. All right. My name's Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. Before I call this meeting to order, I want to announce that some committee members, staff, and the public are attending via Zoom as well as on site. All participants joining by phone should mute their phones when not speaking to avoid background noise. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to make a let's do that again. When speaking, please speak directly into a microphone to ensure everyone listening is able to hear your comments and to ensure a clear record is made. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you speak so that the public that is observing knows who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and its current guidance from the Kansas Attorney General. The public is allowed to participate by Zoom or submit comments by email prior to the meeting, and those comments will be included in the record of this meeting. The public may also indicate their intent to provide remote public comment by contacting the clerk's office by noon on the day of the meeting. The public will also have an opportunity to provide brief comments either by telephone or via Zoom from the fifth floor conference room of the municipal office building. If public comments are allowed on an agenda item, comments should be limited to the topic at hand. Disruptive comments and behavior are not permitted and may result in removal from the meeting. I will now call the meeting of the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee for November 3rd, 2025 to order. Clerk, can we have the roll?
Roll call. Hill, we have an absence memo. Ramirez,
Here.
Townsend,
Here.
Bynum, Davis.
Here. We have a quorum, which means we can get business done. Thank you so much. Are there any revisions to the agenda, clerk?
There are no revisions.
Okay, we will address if there are any revisions from Land Bank at that time. All right, first order of business. We have approval of minutes from April 1st, 2024. Are there any questions or is there a motion?
At large, one, move to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you so much. Our first item as we get to show on the road is a resolution, and it is good news, a grant program through the Kansas Department of Wildlife. Our Parks and Rec Department is asking for us to apply. This does have a 20% match, which is about $82,000, and funds have already been allocated in the 2026 budget. I see our director, Angel Ferreira, and our park staff that is here. Hand it off to you all for a brief presentation. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Davis. So we have a Recreation Trails Program grant request in front of you. And I'll just introduce this. We have Park Manager Vincent Bellacci here tonight to walk us through it, as well as our Fiscal Officer, Matthew Zayas. Both of them have put in a lot of work, especially Matt, when it comes to these grant opportunities. So just real quick, this grant is administered through NPS, through KDWP, Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. I'll turn it over to Vinny Bellacci to quickly take us through these 3 slides.
Good evening, Vince Bellacci, Manager of Parks. So just a little bit about this program. The Recreational Trails Program is a function of the Department of Transportation's Federal Highway Administration, and it provides funds to states for the development and maintenance of recreational trails. In Kansas, as Angel mentioned, the RTP is administered by the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks. In 2024, Parks and Recreation received roughly $105,000 through this grant for the Kensington Park Trail, which is currently under construction if you've been by there. This program offers an 80-20 grant match for projects, And the application deadline for this round is November 14th. So with this resolution, we would be requesting a fast track to this Thursday's full commission meeting. And then I'll let Matt jump into some of the details of what we'd be looking to do with this.
So our application would be for the renovation of the Quindaro Park walking trail. It's notable that the 2017 master plan identified this trail as one that needed to be improved. It is anticipated that the total cost to renovate the walking trail would be about $414,000. If staff's application is awarded, about 80% or up to 80% of the project cost, or up to $331,000 would be funded by the RTP grant. As Commissioner Davis mentioned, funding for the matching portion, about $82,000 has been identified in our approved 2026 CIP budget. And the trail is anticipated to be about 1/3 of a mile long and about 8.5 feet wide. So we are here tonight as staff to receive or to request authorization to apply for and accept, if awarded, this grant. And we would work with the county administrator to do so.
All right. Is that the end of your presentation? Okay, thank you so much. All right, committee, give me a second here. Let's go ahead and do public comment. Clerk, were there any comments received for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised online, just Commissioner Townsend.
Okay. For the folks that are here, would anybody like to speak to this item? Let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Committee, any questions or is there a motion? Yes, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you go back one slide? So it says if it is awarded and approved, 80% of the project, it will become from the RTP. What is going to make up the remainder of that for the project?
So we've identified dollars in our neighborhood park improvements line item for the 20% match.
Okay.
And sometimes, like this year, we had some trail dollars as well. I don't think we've got that in the 26 budget. It'll come back in 27 anticipated. So neighborhood park improvements for this one.
And maybe if I had looked just a bullet point down, I could have answered my question. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Commissioner, any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Commissioner Townsend does.
Yes, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Parks and Rec staff. I do have a question about exactly what is being defined as the walking trail area for Quindaro Park. Some years ago, there was a clean out around the eastern end of the ballpark area and south. But as I look on here, another area that was in sore need of attention was also the trail that dipped down and went kind of north to south in the park. So how much of the walking surfaces and what are we defining as the walking trails that will benefit from this grant?
This is Vince Palacci, Manager of Parks. So it would be everything that you just mentioned. And if you can see the image on the screen, it actually goes north a little bit around the basketball court as well. So it would be everything that's currently there. I will note that the current trail is asphalt and it's 5 feet wide. So we would be going back with concrete with the rubber surfacing that we've been trying to do whenever we can. And if you've had a chance to walk on those, they're awesome to walk on, but it would be steel reinforced concrete with the rubberized surfacing. So will last exponentially longer than the asphalt trail that's currently in place there.
Okay, so it'll go around the eastern part by the ball field and then that north to south kind of S shape that I'm seeing. on the screen?
Correct. And further north than what you're seeing on the screen around the basketball court as well.
Okay, that will be the cherry on top of all the great improvements that have come to Quindaro Park in the last 12 years. So I certainly appreciate you all looking to top off and upgrade all the other wonderful improvements that have been made at that park. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did you have anything else? Okay. Commissioner Bynum, do you have anything? Okay. This is an action item and it is a request for a fast track. And the fast track again is to make sure that we meet the application deadline in time. Commissioners, is there a motion? And again, in your motion, make sure you include the fast track.
Bynum at large one, motion to approve and fast track to this Thursday's commission meeting.
Mayor, second.
Okay. There's a second. Commissioner Townsend. Did you have
I'll
anything?
just start it. No, that's fine.
Perfect. Perfect. Clerk, can you get the roll?
Roll call. Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you all so much and see you Thursday. All right. Next, we'll transition to our land bank. Before we get through applications, we have a very brief presentation regarding our mowing process. After that, we will get through applications. Again, thank you all so much for your patience throughout this evening. Okay, we're just getting, the presentation pulled up so the public can follow. Perfect.
All right. Hello, Commissioners. I'm Judd Knapp, I'm the Land Bank Manager, and I'm here to talk about mowing today. First, I have to say that this came from Parks last year, so this is our first year in the Land Bank running this program. Megan Smith from Parks came, and she's really the superstar that runs this whole program. So, very, very happy to have her. So tonight we're going to briefly go through the process, the mowing zone and counts, and then demo, and then we got some budget numbers at the end. All right, so the mowing process, first we evaluated the lots. We determined if we could actually mow them or not. Things that would stop us from mowing them is if they were landlocked, heavily wooded, hold areas, land bank options. We removed 1,200 lots from our mowing inventory. Then we created a mowing app on phones that the contractor can use because I didn't feel like it was right to hand them a list of 4,000 properties to mow and say, go mow them. So now they have an app on their phone that they could use that shows them where those lots are. And then on that app, once they mow a lot, they click on it and they fill out a survey. They fill out the address and they submit a picture of it so we have proof of work. Then staff reviews the photos that they submitted, and then we pay them. We create the invoice for them from the completed survey. So if they complete a survey, they get paid for that lot. We created 2 zones. Last year, it was just one contractor mowed the entire city. We split that up into 2. We felt like north of State, east of 635, the lots are they're dense, they're close together. So when your mower gets there, they could just like not load up and just keep driving on the road. So these lots were tightly packed, they didn't have to drive very far. We have 28 or 2,900 lots in that area that are UG owned or land bank. We're only mowing 23,500 of those. And then zone 1 mowed lots, I got an updated number for you because this presentation is a month old. We are now at 11,000 lots mowed. Zone 2 was a lot more spread out lots, so there's more driving time in it, so we bidded those out separately. There's 655 of them. We mow 635 of those lots. And currently today, they have mowed 3,150 lots this year.
Mr. Dapp, before you continue, that number at the bottom, right, say there's 2,581. You're saying that's how many times the lots have been mowed, or that each of those lots were mowed once?
No, that's the number of lots that we've paid to be mowed.
Gotcha.
Each lot got mowed 6 or 7 times so far. So,
Okay, and that's what that number. Gotcha. Thank you. Continue.
all right, now I'm going to roll through a little demo of the product we built. I want to zoom in on the first screenshot is the survey that the contractor sees. They see a map. It's highlighted in red. That tells them that they need to mow that. They click on it. These fields autofill, and they take a photo, hit submit, and it's done. And then it disappears off their map for 1 month, because that was our mowing cycle, was 1 month. We did add reasons why not mowed. There's other reasons here like trash, down trees, cars parked, neighbors using the lots, and each one of those checks automatically sends an email to the correct department. So I technically don't even get those emails. It goes to codes and the police department. So, and then they go and take care of those issues. All right, let's show you what the program looks like. So this is our internal map that we have. The ones that are highlighted still need to be mowed on that monthly rotation. But we could take the filter off and we could see all the lots that we need to mow. Well, it should work. Okay, there it goes. So if you zoom into an area, this is Peregrine Falcon. I set up this filter beforehand. We'll come down here and we could see when this lot was mowed. It was mowed on May 9th, June 9th, July 11th. It shows you every time that lot was mowed. And then if you click over here, you can see a photo of that well, dang it. It should work. Well, I hit it 3 times. It was a very nicely mowed lot.
We believe you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So that's kind of like the internal program that we use to track this. So if you have a question about when a lot was mowed, I could give you this year's history of whenever that lot was mowed. So very proud of that. The next slide is a summary of the lots that we removed. Hold areas that we had, mainly like the Tremont project, was 450 lots. Option agreements that we have, active option agreements, we don't maintain them. That maintenance transfers to the option holder. There's 556 of those. We sold 149, and we had 120 yard extensions so far. Here's a little summary of how much it costs per round of mowing. Zone 1, it gives the count, the cost per lot, per each mow that we do, and then a total count to mow every lot in each zone. So that comes up to $66,000 per round. So in estimating that, one mow 7 times, April through October, cost should be $462,000. I have direction from the county administrator to increase that to every 2 weeks. So that's 14 mows and an estimate of $924,000. Here's our budget numbers. They are a month old here, but it says the first bullet point says estimated mowing rounds this year is estimated 2 more mowing rounds. We have like a half of a mowing round left. So that my number is, we're currently at 318,000. I estimate we'll end at 351,000. And then we only really got 6 rounds of mowing. We started in actually the 1st of May. By the time we got this app built and up and running, it was in May before the contractors really got going with it. The lots we removed, the 1,200 lots, estimated cost saving of $200,000 for us. That pretty much, that completes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Let's do public comment, and then commissioners, if there are some questions for this item, we can go ahead and do that at that time. And it's Commissioner Davis. Clerk, any public comments for this item?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For the folks that are here in the public, would anybody like to speak to this particular item? Let the record show no one has approached. Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Does anybody have any questions? Yes, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you go through the budget that we have here on screen and kind of explain like what's the encumbrances? What are the obligations so that just we know? Yeah.
Okay, the encumbrances are basically purchase orders that we put a hold on. We have a contract with this and we estimate how much that contract would be. And we open up a purchase order with purchasing. So that puts a hold on that money so we can't spend it elsewhere. And then the actuals is what we've actually spent. And then obligation is how much we've actually spent plus the encumbrances, plus the PO. And then remaining is how much money we have left.
Okay.
And yes, we do have money left.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, Mr. Knapp. Did I miss anybody else who was there in the room? Is Miss Megan with you? I can't see.
Megan is not with us tonight.
Okay, well, even in her absence, and I can't tell if Mr. Sutton is there from the screenshot, but I want to thank you because this is not an easy task. And you know how many times I contact you. I don't even know how many other times you're dealing with other commissioners, but District 1 does have probably the most significant amount. So this is a difficult task, and I appreciate what you all have done and trying to develop an app or an electronic mapping that will help you better keep track of these. I want to make sure I heard what sounded like music to my ears. When we approved the budget on the 15th of September, a request of the commission was for staff and administration to find an additional, I think it was over 600, some like 625,000 to allow bi-monthly cutting. Well, bi-weekly, I'm sorry, cutting. So basically we're going back to 2024 levels. And what I understood from your presentation is that is going to happen. Is that correct?
Yes, Commissioner, that's the direction I have received.
Okay, Christmas is coming early, then I appreciate that. The other question I have about this goes to quality of the work being done by who we're hiring. And I can't say that I have been all that overwhelmed in a good way with some of the lots that I've seen. One of the problems with the overgrowth that we have in a lot of these lots is because people did not get off the little riding machines and do weed whacking. And then these voluntary, trees grow up, and before you know it, you've got a wooded area. So when the parameters of the contract are discussed, are we telling these would-be contractors that, yes, you need to do weed whacking, you need to not just cut over trash, but pick it up before you cut? What are we telling them before we let this contracts about the quality of work that we expect?
Yes, Commissioner. About the quality of work, since we
Like
did
the weed whacking, picking up
okay.
trash.
All right, I'll go there. All right, so weed whacking is in their contract, and we'll make sure that it's in there when we renew it. They have to pick up trash. It's in the contract now that if it fits in a truck bed, they have to pick it up. But
What do you mean by that? If it's in a truck bed, what do you mean?
if somebody dumped a truck bed size load of dumping materials, the mowing crew would have to pick it up. That
Okay.
was, I think we talked to them and we're in talks to maybe reduce that to a trash bag because a truckload per lot that seems like a lot for a mowing company to pick up.
Yeah. Okay.
And then the quality of work, because we were on a monthly mowing schedule, that grass was going to be really tall, and we raised it up to 6 inches as the minimum cut height, so we could cut that grass when it's really tall. So the quality of work got reduced because of the monthly mowing frequency.
Well, I'm talking about when they did cut it. So what was this about the 6 inches? I'm not clear on that.
It's usually like 4 inches to mow, 3 or 4 inches. But since the grass was going to be so tall because we're only mowing it once a month, we raised it up to 6 inches. So that
So
might be
you-
some of the quality concerns that you are seeing.
Well, not really, but I'm still trying to understand. Are you telling me that the grass had to be 6 inches before they cut it again, or they would leave it at 6 inches? I'm not understanding.
No, they would set their mower deck at 6 inches when they mowed it.
Okay, and it used to be when we were mowing these in 2024, twice a month at 4 inches?
I believe so. It was either 3 or 4.
Okay, well, I guess I'm missing something. It seems like you'd want it lower if we're not mowing as frequently. But again, the quality aspect I was talking about was to make sure that it's in the contract and then follow up on these contractors to make sure that after they cut, they have done the weed whacking. That is exactly how so many of these vacant lots to some degree look like wooded areas, because that wasn't done early. And that's something that in my first year or two in budget that we attacked, and kind of a precursor to the SOAR program. So that's what I'm talking about, the quality of the contract, not just that it's, the cheapest person, but we get the best person. So I appreciate what you all have done with so much less than we had in 2024 in resources. And I hope we always keep that in mind, the quality of these lots and monitoring them. So appreciate what you all are doing and have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With the app, have the contractors given feedback on that they love the app, that they prefer it this way, that the process is smoother and better?
We did not select the same contractor, so they were brand new. At the start, there was some training issues, but I mean, it's pretty simple. You click on the lot that's highlighted, you take a picture, submit, and it's gone.
Yeah.
And then a month later, that lot reappears again. Yeah, for the most part, they liked it.
Okay, good. And I just want to overall thank you and Ms. Megan and all the work you're doing. This is very innovative and I like it. And so I really, truly thank you for all the hard work you're doing. It's showing.
Thank you. Okay, if there are no other questions, this item is for information only. Mr. Napserson, thank you as always for the work and for that update. Okay, on to 4.3 land bank options. We are getting started with disposing of those land bank items, which will help with the mowing, because if you have less to mow, then hopefully you can do more. I'm glad a few people caught that. I'm glad people are still awake out there. Okay, so the items that we are looking at received no opposition from any of the neighborhood groups or the NBRs that we sent them to. We still want staff to go through and read them all. We'll still have opportunity for public comment, but I did want to note that for these particular items. Take it away.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. Item A1, 4029 Silver Avenue. Item A2, 1015 Sandusky Avenue, 1023 Sandusky Avenue. Item A4, 2906 North 89th Terrace, 8910 Webster Avenue. Item A5, 3306 North 33rd Street. Item A7, 1869 North 29th Street, 2500 Garfield Avenue. Item A8, 1428 North 31st Street. Item A9, 3212 Everett Avenue. Commissioner, would you like me to continue with the multifamily? We only have.
Yes,
that
yes,
one.
please do B1.
And the one multifamily project we have, item B1, is located at 645 Simpson Avenue, 650 Simpson Avenue, and 648 Simpson Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We will go ahead and do public comment for this item, and then this is actionable, colleagues, and so we'll need to take action on this afterwards. Clerk, were there any comments for the items that were just presented?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
There are no hands raised online.
For the lovely people that are here, that are awake, would anybody like to speak to any of the items that were just read? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Colleagues, again, these items are for action. Are there any questions or is there a motion?
Move to approve all items presented.
Bynum, second.
All right, there is a motion in a second to approve all the items that were just presented, A1 through A9 and B1. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Okay, 4.4, this is our property transfers that receive no opposition. For many of the folks that are here, your item is coming up. And so we will make sure that you know exactly when, and we'll give you your due time if you so desire to speak. Thank you again for your patience. Hand it off to you, Mr. Sutton.
Thank you again, Chair. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. Let's see, I do want to note that the first four listed are gardens within this property transfer. So item PT1, 3112 North 23rd Street. Item PT2, 1117 Waverly Avenue. Item PT3, 1122 Greeley Avenue. Item PT5, 1315 Osage Avenue. PT8, 917 Reynolds Avenue. PT9, 2011 North 14th Street. PT10, 725 South 8th Street. PT11, 1966 North 25th Street. PT12, 1114 Roland Avenue. PT14, 1934 North 30th Street. PT15, 131 South 16th Street. PT 16, 1237 Shawnee Avenue. PT 17, 2915 Parkwood Boulevard. PT 19, 721 Garfield Avenue. PT 20, 2113 South Faree Street. PT 21, 84 South 13th Street. PT 22, 2416 North 18th, North 10th Street. That's 2416 North 10th Street. PT 23, 2429 North 32nd Terrace. And my apologies, we did not update this one on our end. PT 25, 3429 North 32nd Terrace, 3206 Sewell Avenue, 3425 North 32nd Terrace. And PT 25 is a donation out of the land bank. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We can leave PT 25 up there. Okay, so colleagues, I'm going to do public comment first, and then we'll go ahead and discuss these items. Clerk, were there any public comments received for the items that were just presented?
Yes, we did receive 2 comments on PT 25.
Who were the comments from?
We have a Ty Edwards and Terry Goth, Galith.
Terry Gates. Okay. If you are here in person and you would like to speak, we would absolutely afford you that and make sure that that opportunity is presented. However, we would not be able to read your public comment letter and have you speak. And so it is up to you if your name was just read on what you would prefer. I know y'all have been sitting here for a while, and so we do want to offer the opportunity if you're here in person and you would like to speak in person. Okay. Good to read the letter. Okay. All right. We'll go ahead and read the letters. Take it away.
Our first comment is from Ty Edwards from 3211 Nottingham Court. And his comment reads as follows. As a longtime collaborators with the Wyandotte Nation of Kansas, we are writing in strong support that you vote yes on the agenda item 4.4 PT 25, which will be considered by the Neighborhood and Community Development Standing Committee. Rarely does a governmental body have the chance to return even a small fraction of land to indigenous ownership. This land bank property transfer is a small but momentous opportunity to acknowledge not only Wyandotte history, but to affirm how Wyandotte Nation members remain in this county, this region, and this state. The Wyandotte Nation of Kansas has endured centuries of efforts to eradicate their identity, their language, and their land base and their community. By voting yes on this property transfer, the commission will take one small step towards embracing the people who are in this county's namesake. Wyandotte people were forced to relocate to what we now call Kansas in the 1840s. Needless to say, that migration involved tremendous hardship, including the deaths of many Wyandotte people who are buried in the Huron Cemetery next to the KCK Public Library. When forced to relinquish their Kansas reservation a decade later, some Wyandottes moved to Oklahoma, while others decided to stay in Kansas to preserve the families, farms, and businesses they built here. Some of those who stayed co-founded Quindaro, a town named for a Wyandotte woman. Famously, Lydia Conley, Her sisters and the other Wyandottes defended their families' and ancestors' graves in the Huron Cemetery in the early 20th century. As a result, Lydia, a lifelong Wyandotte County resident, became the first Indigenous woman to argue a case before the U.S. Supreme Court, for which she received national and international acclaim. Today, the Wyandotte Nation of Kansas, led by Chief Judith Manthe, is still a vital part of this county, evidenced by the Trespassers Beware, Fort Conley, and Wyandotte Women Warriors art installation currently on display at the Wyandotte County Historical Museum that educates the public about Wyandotte history, past and present, including the Conley sisters. The Trespassers Beware project has garnered significant support from statewide groups such as Humanities Kansas and the Kansas Art Commission, as well as the national organizations, including the National Endowment of the Arts and the Mellon Foundation. I have one more comment to read.
Please do.
This is from Terry Goff. Gaywith, excuse me. And they are a Wyandotte County resident.
They live outside. They are an Oklahoma Wyandotte that is in very much support of us.
Okay, they are a Oklahoma resident. Their comment reads as follows. I am writing this letter to show my strong support of Chief Judith Manthe and the Wyandotte Nation of Kansas. I will not attempt to educate you regarding your city's history, but I will let you know why I'm becoming involved in their endeavor. I have lived in Kansas my entire life, growing up near Lawrence, but I am not a citizen of the Wyandotte Nation of Kansas. I am a citizen of the Wyandotte Nation of Oklahoma because my great-great-grandparents left Kansas, moving to the reservation in Oklahoma. I met Chief about 3 years ago at my tribe's annual gathering. She is an amazing woman. She generously shares her knowledge and works hard to learn about our ancestors' ways, so she can then share that information with her tribal citizens. She also works hard on behalf of her citizens, but not only her Wyandotte citizens, but for the citizens of Kansas City. I have personally attended 3 events that were hosted by the Wyandotte County Museum, one of which was Trespassers Beware, the story of the Conley sisters. All of this is for the benefit of all of Wyandotte County. I began researching my ancestry about 13 years ago, searching for accurate information about where I came from, where my people came from. After all these years, I am now ready to research where my great-great-grandparents were born. That is what is known as Kansas City, Kansas, what is known as Quindaro. Primarily, researchers show me that George Peacock was one of the 13 families and individuals that were owners of the Quindaro area, and I believe this gentleman was my great-great-great-grandfather. So you see, I am tied to the area. The more involved I have become with my Wyandotte and Wyandotte family, I have seen how important it is to achieve federal recognition. Not only because it makes federal funds available, thus removing some financial strain from local agency, but it makes federal programs available to people like me, people who want to learn about our ancestors, become more active in our community and tribe, to educate our young people, and to honor and appreciate our elders. Federal recognition also helps keep the history of Wyandotte County preserved, secured, and maintained. If a yes vote on the agenda item 4.4 PT 25 brings Chief and the citizens of Wyandotte Nation of Kansas one step closer to achieving this goal, then I pray everyone rewards this hard work and the people of Wyandotte County by giving a unanimous vote of resounding yes. End quote.
Thank you so much, Clerk. Were there any more letters?
No other letters or comments have been submitted.
Okay. For the folks that have graciously been waiting, now is your time to speak to this item. We just need your name, city of residence, and if you'd like to speak regarding this item, and now is that time.
Thank you, committee. This has been a very important achievement.
Ma'am,
Or-
please state your name.
I'm sorry, I am Chief Judith Manthe of the Wyandotte Nation of Kansas. This has been a very important event for us to be able to own a piece of land, because with a land base, we can go for federal recognition. And that was what Terry wrote in the letter. The recognition has been, we've been trying, but we needed that land base to start with. So this is very much, I'd love to give you all history, but it would take a few hours to tell our history. But thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Chief.
Hello, Amanda Martin, resident of Wyandotte County. There are a lot of details I could go into, but I'm going to keep this simple and just give a contemporary example of why this land transfer is so important. It does make it possible for the Wyandotte Nation of Kansas to get federal recognition. And I don't know if people understand how important that is. Native Americans already struggle with being invisible. And to be a tribe that is not federally recognized makes that struggle even harder. And I'll tell you that my experience attending conferences on Native American education, digital indigenous sovereignty, the Kansas Museum Association, I have been told repeatedly, I am to only speak to federally recognized tribes. I am to only collaborate with federally recognized tribes. It makes a very complex problem of these people here who have individual federal recognition as Native American, as Wyandotte, have no voice in our legal system. There is a law called the Native American Graves Preservation and Repatriation Act. Under that act, if you do not have federal recognition, you have no say over your cultural patrimony. Somebody else can come in and take that from you. So this is absolutely vital, and I really appreciate your time this evening.
Well, we thank you and thank you for your patience. Yes, please.
I'm so short, I need to speak from the side here. I'm Linda Graff. I live in Johnson County now, but I grew up at 70th and Parallel, and my whole family lived there for over 4 generations. They lived on Delaware land. As a Kansas Delaware, I'm here tonight to support the Wyandotte Nation. Just a quick history, this won't take but 20 seconds. The Wyandotte were removed here into Kansas in 1843. However, the United States government had already doled out their land. They were to receive 148,000 acres from the government. They had nothing when they got here. The Delaware tribe had been removed here in 1830. They found out about the Wyandotte tribe's plight, negotiated with them, and sold them 44,000 acres off the eastern end of the Delaware Reservation, which is now Kansas City, Kansas. Because of the Indian Removal Act in 1867, both the Wyandotte and the Delaware tribes were removed to Indian Territory, which is now the state of Oklahoma. However, there were a few of both tribes that refused to leave. Those people are the people you see now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to approach the podium and speak on behalf of this item? We appreciate you all being so kind with your time and with your wisdom regarding this. Okay. I will go ahead and close the public comment portion. Last call, if anybody would like to speak to this item. Yes, yes, please do approach. Yes, you all have been patient. Thank you.
Grant, Glenn, I live in Mission.
Sir, can you press the button and state your name?
Yeah, it should be green. That way we can
Sorry.
hear you. Yes.
I'm Grant Glenn. I'm past president of Freedom's Frontier National Heritage Area, and I've had the pleasure of working with several members of the nation in that endeavor, and certainly in our involvement with the Quindaro project. They've been utmost involved. They are great neighbors, an important part of our heritage, but also going forward, I think a necessary partner to redevelop this important area for this community. I would just like to ask the people who are here in support of this to raise their hands so we know. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else like to speak to this item? Okay. I will go ahead and close the public comment portion. I just want to say again, thank you all so much. It's truly, I think I can speak for the entire committee. It's truly an honor. We do this work, every month, and very, very seldomly do we have the opportunity to help make history and help such an important story and keep our heritage for our community, for Wyandotte County. Alive. And so thank you all so much for your patience and for your perseverance. It is very, very much appreciated. Colleagues, obviously we have a whole a list of items for these property transfers, but any questions? Let's do Commissioner Ramirez and then Commissioner Townsend. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to specifically speak to PT 25. Just thank you to the Wyandotte Nation for your contributions, sacrifices to our community that we love. So thank you for that. And one thing, I believe in my when I first started here 4 or 5 years ago, I did reach out to you, Chief, I believe about us adding to our agenda at our commission meetings, a land acknowledgement statement to acknowledge every time before we start our meetings in the business that we're on borrowed land. And so I will reach out to you again, Chief, so that we can work on that and bring that forward. But thank you for all your contributions to not just our community, but to our state and into our country.
Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening to everyone who has come in support of the application for PT 21, in support of the donation to the Wyandotte Nation. You've been very gracious with your time. As Mr. Chair has said, I want to acknowledge the letters that were sent in from Mr. Edwards. Forgive me if I get this name wrong, Mr. Gwyneth or Chief Gwyneth. Thank you, Chief Menthy. Sorry, I'm not there to greet you personally. I'm looking at the size of these lots, and I'm hoping, based on past information that I read about the intention of the nation to do certain things there, that this will be a satisfactory accommodation. And if not, you know, we've got more, you know, with you all being there, that will help, I think, move forward ultimately the story and further development of the Quindara ruins as well. I think that was Miss Linda Graff, who recalled a horrible period of time in the history of this country with the Indian Removal Act. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that was tied to what's also known as the Trail of Tears, and what fortitude it must have taken for the Wyandotte Nation to stand firm and refuse to go there. So I hope this will be supportive of your needs. And I would urge my fellow commissioners to support the application. Thank you all. Thank you also, Mr. Glenn, for your presence and support. And anyone else in the room who did not take the mic, thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Townsend. This is Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Chair. Just a brief comment. What we are doing here tonight is such a small thing in comparison, but I understand how important it is. And I'm so pleased personally to be such a tiny part of helping your process. And I want to thank you sincerely for being so gracious tonight. I know you got here at 5 o'clock. And you've been so gracious, and it is deeply appreciated as we take this step with you and for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum. This is Commissioner Davis, and I would go ahead and agree. I'd say there's a lot of things that we do that kind of, monthly and kind of dispose of land bank properties, but very seldomly do we get the opportunity to help make history. And so it is truly an honor for us to be a part of that. And if there's anything else that we can do in that process of you all getting federally recognized, I'm sure I can speak for all of my colleagues that we would love to assist with that process, and for you all to not feel like the government that is here does not support you in your effort. And so anything that we can do in that process, please do not hesitate to reach out. And I know you all have reached with and talked with Mayor Garner, and his staff has been very supportive. And so please do know that we are all hands on deck to help you all and make this successful. Okay. And before I continue, I learned about the the People's History of Kansas City about the sisters and the Huron Cemetery. And so please do, if you've not heard that podcast episode, it is called The Occupation That Saved a Wyandotte Cemetery, Local History. Right here. Oh, and there's, if you want to go ahead and talk a little bit about the book, just a little bit, please do. And can we take down this, we understand the application. Can we take it down just off the screen? Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This has been a very unique and wonderful project to do. I'm going to leave this brochure to you. I encourage you all to go to Wyandotte County Museum to view this. It is an artist's interpretation of the fort that the Conley sisters lived in. They built a 6x8 shack, and the three sisters lived there for 2 solid years with their father's shotgun to keep everybody off that cemetery ground. The Oklahoma Wyandottes wanted to sell that ground, and they wanted to dig up the remains of our ancestors, which is totally against all our beliefs. Lida was the first Native woman to get a law degree, and the first Native woman to go to the Supreme Court to fight for protection of this cemetery. She's been honored very much this year. She's gotten the UMKC Star Women's Award. But this project, we We did grants for $350,000, and that's a lot of work, let me tell you. It's a wonderful project, and it's a wonderful way to remember the sacrifices that these women did, and they were Wyandotte women warriors. So go see the exhibit. It will be at the museum until the 8th of November, and it'll go into storage. Then it will go to Johnson County Community College. The end of April, open in April, or the end of March, open in April. And then it will go to Kansas City Public Library right down here by the cemetery next summer. So please go see the exhibit. It's very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad we have that local history, and November 8th is the last day to view it at our own Wyandotte County History Museum. So thank you again, you all, for sharing that. Okay. We do have some items that are actionable here for our property transfers. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chair, this is Commissioner Townsend. I move to approve all of the property transfers, beginning with PT 1 through and including PT 25.
Thank you so much. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. There is a motion and a second made by Commissioner Townsend made the motion. Commissioner Ramirez made the second. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Ramirez,
Absolutely aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
All right. Thank you all so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. We really, really do appreciate your patience and just you all sharing a piece of your history and family with us. And so thank you, thank you, thank you. And make sure you're able to go out there if you can to the Wyandotte History Museum. We're going to give about 30 seconds or so for folks to transition out if you need to transition out, and then we'll go ahead and continue on with the rest of the items for the evening. Thank you all. All right, everyone, we're back. Thank you for that intermission. And we were just saying goodbye to our friends at the Wyandotte Nation. Okay. We have a quorum. Okay. We will continue on to our items that do have opposition. I'll hand it off to you, Mr. Sutton, to continue tonight.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. I do have an update for the land bank options with opposition. Item WOA6, this applicant emailed me this morning. They would like to remove their application altogether. They're abandoning their project. Then items WOA10 and WOA11, as you may recall, were holdovers from the last month's meeting for some feedback from the neighborhood. I spoke with the neighborhood group today. They've removed their opposition from it. I would have put it on the consent agenda. We just didn't have enough time to get that going, but no more opposition for WOA10 and WOA11. Just want to point that out.
Okay, thank you. And we can start from the top there at WOA3. And WO, just for folks that are curious, means with opposition. So that means a neighborhood group or someone has expressed some concern. Mr. Sutton?
With opposition, A3 is 2700 North 7th Street Traffic Way. The opposition comments on this: Oak Grove Neighborhood Association will begin to oppose or delay all applications in the OGNA boundary area. The group is currently requesting an application pause within the OGNA boundaries as the group works on the OGNA Quality of Life Master Plan. While we understand the inconvenience and potential delay in progress for current and new residents, this pause will allow us to strategically plan and intentionally build an area that we can all be proud of moving forward.
You can go through the rest of the applications.
Property transfers as well. That was it. That would be it for the new constructions, Commissioner.
Okay. Okay. And then remind me because we have with opposition A6 that's on the written one. I don't see that.
Yes, I went ahead and moved that off the agenda off of the presentation altogether. A6 emailed me this morning, stated that he wanted their application.
Okay, so just to make sure folks that are following the, I know we have it on screen, but just in case you're following the written agenda, WOA3 is still alive. We're still good for a vote. WOA10 and WOA11 are also still good. So it's just 3 items that are on the with opposition agenda portion, correct?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you so much. Appreciate that clarification. Clerk, oh, yes, if you.
My apologies. I don't think I actually read out the addresses for
Yes.
10 and 11.
Yes, please do.
So for WOA10, we have 905 Sandusky Avenue, 1015 Sandusky Avenue, 1013 Sandusky Avenue, 1011 Sandusky Avenue. For WO11, we have 946 Split Log Avenue, 926 Split Log Avenue, 853 Taromie Avenue, and 1033 Grandview Boulevard. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. And just so folks are aware, WOA3 was 2700 North 7th Street Traffic Way, just to make sure that we are all aware. Okay. Clerk, do we have any public comments for the items that were just presented?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised online.
Okay, for the folks that are here patiently waiting, would any of you like to speak to the items that were just presented? Okay, let the record show no one has approached. I'll go ahead and close the public comment for these items. Committee, these items are for action. Is there a motion or any comments? Yes, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Bynum at Large District 1, and Commissioner Townsend, you may have to answer this question for me or else Mr. Knapp or Sutton. But the Oak Grove Neighborhood Association boundaries, somehow I thought 7th Street was the divider and this sitting on the west side. Am I totally missing it here?
Michael Sutton, redevelopment coordinator. Commissioner Bynum, I thought the same thing. So this is actually 7th Street Traffic Way, and 7th Street is right here.
Do that, I think, often when I when I look at this map. I think I allow myself to get confused on a fairly regular basis, apparently. Okay, that's all I needed to know. It is within their boundaries.
That is correct,
And then
Commissioner.
also, can you tell me, it's a large parcel, is there a identifier of how big it is?
Yes, it is roughly about 0.8 acres, a little bit less than an acre.
Almost an acre, which is substantially larger than everything around it. Okay.
That is
thank you.
correct.
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, Mr. Sutton, thank you. Yeah, for answering Commissioner's question, because there is some question in my mind too about the if this intrudes or not intrudes, but actually is also a part of the area by caring neighbors. But correct me if I'm wrong, this 2700 and this is 7th Street Traffic Way. So is that to the west of Peregrine Falcon?
It is right across 7th Street Traffic Way from Peregrine Falcon, Commissioner.
Okay, I was hoping I had that in mind. Okay. Just a comment. There is such energy and synergy going on with some projects in District 1, like the projects along Quindaro, the North Star project, the Quindaro Crossing project, Fran Sutton with the North Star project, Mr. Robinson and his development group with Quindaro Crossing and the Tremont project in connection with Mount Carmel. I would so want to see that synergy and energy continue. And while I appreciate the Oak Grove comments, I believe that we can still uphold the process that has been lined out in our current land bank policy that allows people to come and get these, make application for these projects to build homes or to put the land, even if there's not a building project on it, to better use than just, sitting around with weeds on it. We've had that conversation earlier today. So I would vote in favor of these applications and encourage Oak Grove to move forward if that is their desire with their plan. I think it would be a different conversation if there was a plan, but a plan hasn't even been developed yet. So I don't think it's fair to people who want to build and move forward to tell them to hold off for heaven knows how long while some plan is being developed. I think these two things can work in tandem and not at the expense of one another. So I would move to approve these applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend. This is Commissioner Davis. There was a motion. Go ahead and accept that motion to move these applications. Any more comments on these items? Commissioner Bynum?
Just to clarify, the only item in question on this portion within the OG&A area is that first one?
Yes.
Okay. And then the motion would be for all the items in 4.5, with the exception of A6 that's been requested removed. Am I?
Yes, A6 is not on the screen there because the applicant requested that it be removed.
Okay. And Commissioner, so your motion is for all the items in 4.5, except for the
what-
one that got removed.
Yeah, and to be clear, you raised a good point. Let me just call them out so my intention is
Thank
clear with the motion.
Thank you.
These are the item identified as follows. This WOA3, the applicant is Mr. Eric Powell Edison. Application WOA10. The applicant is RA Engineering Corp. Application WOA11. Hiller KC LLC is the applicant. I think I got that correct.
Bynum second.
Okay, and yes, that's what I had as well to concur. Okay, there was a motion and a second to approve the 3 applications that Commissioner Townsend just communicated to us. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Thank you, colleagues. Okay, home stretch here. We have, with opposition, 3 property transfers. Actually, yes, 3 property transfers. Hand it off to our staff.
Thank you, Chair. Michael Sutton, Redevelopment Coordinator. Chair, do you want me just to read all the applications through addresses and then come back and follow with the comments?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. WOPT4, 1219 Gilmore Avenue. WOPT7, 2631 North 21st Street. And WOPT24, 1730 Haskell Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sutton, if you can also go through comments for those items since they were listed as with opposition.
Opposition comments for WOPT4. Non-consistent item due to application being outside of policy. It appears that Land Bank lot already has items on it, and we brought this up because it was specifically mentioned in our previous meeting for a property transfer. And from the satellite view, it appeared that the lot already had items on it. So we just wanted to make sure that that's known moving forward. For WOPT7.
Mr. Sutton, I'm going to stop you just real quick. So what was the result of that? We thought there were items on that particular property. What was the findings of that?
I am not sure, Commissioner. I believe we sent that to our codes department. I will need to go follow. To my understanding, that application has not moved forward, though.
Gotcha.
From the previous meeting, so.
Gotcha. Okay, I believe are you all the applicants for, okay, if you would like to come and since you're the applicant, that's completely fine. If you just give your name and then city and then, yeah, just give us a little bit more context on what's going on here. Yeah, if you press on that button, it should be green when you press it.
Okay. My name's Denise Olea. My house sits at 1201 Gilmore. And back in, we've had that house since what? 08, I think, 08, that property. Well, 2018, we come up here to get what I thought was 1213. Well, it ends up, when you look at my house, right outside my back porch, like
it drops off. So when they showed me, when I come up here back in 2018 to start this process, they showed me on the thing, it was just, well, you can see, I don't know, but it completely overgrown from outside my back door clear down to the next house. It was just completely forest. And so my fault, I didn't hire a surveyor, anything, but by sight lines, I'm thinking 1213 would start where that big drop off was and then go to down to where there was a tree, big tree line. Well, now they showed a map that the property line for 1213 goes right through my house. And that house, I did some research, and the house has been built since 1947. So I'm thinking it really makes no sense that 1213, that lot's not been bought or anything, and it's half of my house is sitting on it. So that's why I'm thinking, I don't want to, but would it maybe be that the mapping lines might be wrong? Because if you go to the other end of the block, it does the same thing to a next house. There's a property line right through their house. Also down, I think it's like 12, I don't know.
12,
Yeah.
1229 is the one.
Yeah, see, so that property line goes, so I'm wondering if maybe it might have been, I don't know, but the 1219 that my son worked for months cleaning it off because you couldn't walk through there. And so since 2019, we've assumed that was ours. And then I went to apply because that next lot, I mean, I'd kind of like to get it because I'm going to sound like the typical Karen. We have a lot of homeless people living over there to the west of my house, which is 1225. There's homeless people live there. And then directly north across the street from my house, we have a lot of homeless. And I'm thinking, and I heard this is a mark in my direction, the mowing. If we get the 1225 too, you wouldn't have to worry about mowing. You don't have to worry about me calling, having trash pickup or anything. And I know it's supposed to be this buildable, you're supposed to build in so many months and everything, but I'm not saying we wouldn't build something. It's just right now I can't afford it, but I'd like to buy and so we could clean it off. And I would kind of feel safer that the homeless people weren't there. And so, I mean, that I'm talking about too, because evidently the cleared off lot that I already thought that was mine, we will pay whatever, they said it was like 800 and something for that lot because I'd paid 400 like back in 2018 or something. And then they said it was like 1,200 and something for the 1225. So, I mean, I'd kind of like to pay off the one that we've already cleared off and get the other one if we could.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. We really do appreciate your patience. Miss Aaliyah, do I have that? Okay. So thank you so much, Miss Aaliyah. And do want to kind of update just you. So we did change the land bank policy that does allow for what's called yard extensions. We also allow for gardens. And so I say all that to say your exact situation is one of the reasons why we've changed the policy, because we understand that folks are in these unique situations where they may not be able to afford to build on the lot next to them. However, they will take on the responsibility of taking care of that lot next to them. And our hope is that you're able to add some sort of value, and having a clean lot or a garden or something of that sort would do that. It's good. Absolutely. 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 So thank you so much for offering that context. It is appreciated. Okay. I believe I went through public comment already, and there was a motion made already that Commissioner. Oh, no, there was no motion that was made. Okay. See, it's getting late. All right. Did we finish? We finished presenting, correct, Mr. Sutton? You finished presenting all of the items? Okay.
Finished presenting, just didn't read all the comments on them.
Okay, so can you read all of the comments on them, and then we'll do public comment, and then committee, I'll go ahead and finish this out.
The comment for WOPT 7, the Organization for Community Preservation, or OCP, opposes the yard extension, citing the Northeast plan for better land use for potential housing. Then for WOPT 24, the opposition, the Organization for Community Preservation, or OCP, continues to oppose the yard extension application. OCP has communicated its opposition to the applicant via email on 2 separate occasions. The organization believes that the yard extension lot would be best used for developing housing in accordance with the Northeast Master Plan. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, committee, I'm gonna do public comment, and then we'll go ahead and discuss and make a decision. Clerk, were there any public comments for the item that were just listed?
No comments were received.
Any hands raised online?
No hands raised online.
Okay, we did just have the public comment that was given for that item, but you're also the applicant, which is fine. For the folks that are here in the gallery, would anybody like to speak to the items that were just listed? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public comment portion. Commissioner Townsend, I believe you had your hand up, so do pardon me for missing that. Did you still want to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I did have a question about Miss Aaliyah's application. I see that staff has said, I guess, the way I'm interpreting this is that the application is outside of policy. And I'm not sure, based on her comments, I understood her to say she owns the property at 1201. I'm not sure about 1213. Is that also owned by Miss Aaliyah, which is right next to the property that's the subject of this application? So let's start there.
Ma'am, our staff will answer. Yes, Mr. Sutton.
That is correct, Commissioner Townsend. The applicant lives at 1201. A few years ago, a land bank purchase was made for 1213, and there may have been some confusion on, where those lot lines were. And the current application is for 1219 for a garden.
Okay, so the application is for a piece of property that directly adjoins property Miss Aaliyah already owns.
Yes. That is correct, Commissioner.
So what was the reason? Okay, I was trying to understand then why, staff was not in support. It appears, and it said it appears the land bank lot, I guess you're talking about 1219, already has something on it.
That is correct, Commissioner. And when this application first initially came in, it was for a yard extension. And we have specifically stated in the policy that applicants can have one yard extension lot, and it must abut the house itself. So she wouldn't have been able, or the applicant would not have been able to receive an actual yard extension because it doesn't fit within the policy. So we switched it to a garden application, but we still have the items on the lot before the applicant has received the lot. So that kind of threw up a red flag for Judd and I, because this is something that the commissioners have brought to our attention before, to make sure that we're calling that out and making sure those lots are clean. Thank you.
Okay, so we don't know what's presently on the lot at 1219.
I have not driven by the lot. I was just going off of the aerial photos that were provided. So to
Okay.
answer your question to this, no, we don't technically know what's on the lot.
Okay. And the other question I have is, she has gotten a yard extension, is that correct, for the 1213 property?
It appears so, yes.
Okay. So I guess I hadn't read our I'd have to go back and read our current policy. Does our current policy then forbid her from getting another yard extension, which would be the 1219?
This is Commissioner Davis. The application that we're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, and Commissioner Townsend, I hope this kind of helps out. We are talking about an application for a garden, correct? Or kind of some sort of ag use, which is different than a yard extension.
Okay.
So our policy, there are two different ways in which we talk about that in the land bank policy, but this is not a yard extension. It is a property transfer, and those typically have been yard extensions, but you can also apply for a property transfer for ag use. And so the garden is what the application is, not a yard extension.
Okay, yeah, okay, I appreciate that distinction. The only thing that gives me pause is passing this on and we don't know what's on that property.
Yes, and Commissioner Townsend, I can have, if the applicant, if you all can come and approach the mic, they can provide some context on what is currently on the property right now. Ms. Leah.
Okay, see, when all this, when I applied for 1219, yeah, 12, well, I thought, like I said before, if you see the property line goes through my house, and like I said, my house had been there since 1947. So when I had come up here before and we looked on the computer, this was back in 2018. You look at my house and it's the drop off. So that's where I thought, like I said, I didn't get a surveyor, but I assumed, and the guy that used to be in the land bank, at the drop off was right outside my door. That's where I thought 2013 started. But now 2013 is half of my house. So the lot that's saying 2019 is what I thought I bought as 1213 is what, and so we've had that cleared off since the last of 2019. I've had the deed, which I thought was that. Because it makes really, I don't know, but it makes no sense to me if you look, why would a house that's been there since 1947, the property not paid for? That's what I don't get that. It's like and then like I said, down at the other end of the block, it's the same way. So I don't know whether.
Understood. Ms. Lee, if you can hold right there. Commissioner Townsend, does that provide a little bit more clarity to what you're looking for to answer your question as to why? There are currently cars and there's currently activity on 1219. But Ms. Lee, if you can hold off just 1 second. Commissioner Townsend, was there other questions that you had?
Well, unfortunately, those comments didn't help. Do we know what's on that property? Are we saying there's some cars there or a house there or what?
Just our stuff. It's like I have classic cars and they're
So
there.
you're saying you have items on that property already? Is that
Because I thought it belonged to me. See, because when I bought 1213, that's what I thought. Okay, the 1219 is what I thought was 1213, because the 1213 is like half of my house was, it went right down through the middle of my house, the property.
Okay, I think I understand now. So there's something on there that belongs to you already.
Yes, we've cleared it off. He worked for weeks and weeks clearing the trash and you couldn't walk because of the trees and the underbrush and everything. You couldn't even, you had to start from the street and work your way in. You couldn't even walk. And we had
Yeah. Thank you so
too
much.
much trash from,
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yes, I'm going to ask that you sit down. That way we can deliberate. But thank you for giving us that context. Commissioner Townsend, did you have any other additional questions?
No, that final exchange clarifies things for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So, colleagues, in this again, we're discussing 1219 Gilmore Avenue. So it appears that there was some confusion regarding ownership between 1213 Gilmore Avenue and 1219 Gilmore Avenue. Ms. Denise Aaliyah owns 1201 and 1213 Gilmore Avenue, and is looking to get 1219 Gilmore Avenue because of the confusion. Commissioner Bynum.
Motion to approve property WOPT 4 1219 Gilmore.
Townsend second.
Okay. Okay. Do we want to include the other items or have those for separate discussion?
Separate.
Okay. Clerk, can you get the roll?
Roll call, Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Okay. Thank you all so much. You'll be moving forward to the Land Bank Board of Trustees. So thank you all so much for your patience. Not right now, because we do need to finish with the rest of the applications. But if you have any other questions, we have our staff right here. Mr. Lucas, if you can get Ms. Aaliyah's information as well. If you have any additional questions, we'll definitely have them. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, so we have with opposition property transfer 7, which is 2631 North 21st Street. We've already presented, we've already gone through public comment and all those great things. Any comments, questions for this item or for PT 241730 Haskell Avenue?
I'm sorry, no comments were received.
Oh, you're fine. I believe we already did public comment on these items.
Yes.
Okay. Any comments or questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Townsend, did you have anything?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We already did public comment on these?
Yes, yes, we grouped them all together.
Okay. I did speak with the president of OCP about the kind of blanket opposition. With regard to the application of Ms. White, they expressed a more specific concern about the presence of some trees that the applicant wanted to put on the property if she acquired it. I don't recall that there was anything specifically about the Matute application. But again, I've encouraged that group to look at our current land bank policy that allows for these types of application. And even though all of us would like to see building progress on these lots, that's not a practical reality. Our previous land bank policy for some years restricted applicants from getting lots unless they were going to build. And while we got some building, it was nowhere near what we hoped that policy would achieve. So the next best thing, if we can't get the building, but we do have ready and willing citizens who want to take care of the land and remove the burden from the land bank, that would be what's in concert with our current policy. So I would move to approve application WOPT 7 and WOPT 24. Thank you.
Okay. I will accept that motion and hold it. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for weighing in on that. I was kind of wanting to hear from you, but could you put up the North 21st Street? Because I'm sorry. Okay. So the person that wants to acquire 2631 North 21st, which one do they already own? They must own.
It should be 2637, Commissioner.
Okay. So okay. And then on the other one, 1730, which property does that requester already own?
Excuse me, looks like 1734.
Oh, okay. Okay, very good. I couldn't see that. So between 1734 and 1730 must be a 1732 or
Go for it.
that skinny little parcel.
I'm gonna need to go back and look at this application. I believe they have to be at 1728, because I would have kicked their application back if they were at
Okay.
1734. I think that was my mistake, my
Looking at
apologies.
that one, that's what was bothering me about that based on what we had said previously. So are you able to see it right now, or is it a situation where we need to stop and hold it?
What Commissioner Davis, 1732 looks like is owned by the applicant,
Okay.
if I'm not mistaken.
B2 looks like vacant
Yes,
property to me.
that is vacant.
So what am I missing here?
Oh, and 1734 is also owned by the applicant.
Okay, so in this case, though, we just said in the previous case, you can't have yard extension plus yard extension. We just said that on the item right before this one.
Right, this is Wendy Green with legal, but in this particular case, I don't believe either of those other two lots were yard extensions. The applicant just owns them, but you do have to have the yard extension next to a lot that is your residence. And if there's no house on either of those lots, then that would not qualify.
So, so Commissioner, did you say you think they own 1734?
It's Commissioner Davis. Yeah, I mean, if we click on 1734, it's
Shows.
the same name if I'm, yes.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, so what it appears then is they own, the house is on 1734. They also own 1736, and the application is for,
Oh, they also own 1732,
Two.
1732,
And
okay.
then they want the one.
1730, yes.
Okay.
So what we don't know, I guess. And does it matter?
Technically, since the lot is not right next to the house with the residence, not like right next to the lot with the residence, technically, this does not qualify under the policy, but you all have discretion under other sections of the policy.
Thank you.
It
Okay.
is right next to a lot that they own,
Yeah.
just not the lot with their residence.
Okay.
And it's Commissioner Davis. I just want to ask a clarifying question. This application, is it a yard extension or a garden?
Commissioner, this was for a yard extension.
Okay, and that would be the no in the policy. So yes. Well, before you, Commissioner Bynum, were there other things you wanted to?
In looking at that, I was just trying to figure out what house they owned that was adjacent to the parcel they were asking.
Yep.
Okay,
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner.
sorry. Commissioner Townsend's got her hand.
Yeah, Commissioner Ramirez and then Commissioner Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The last application was a unique instance, a unique situation. I'm the mind we need to follow our policy. Yes, the last application was unique in its own way, but it was something I don't want us to set a precedent where other applicants start coming when they own a lot, but then now they have another lot next to them. And then they know they can't get they can't get a yard extension, but now they're going to categorize it as a garden. And so that is just my thinking at the moment is just, I don't want to set a precedent. Not dangerous, but an unwanted precedent.
It's Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Townsend, you had your hands up.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my earlier motion with respect to WOPT 24, because now that I hear all this and I don't know that I don't have enough factual information, and it goes to the consistency of application that Commissioner Ramirez just mentioned. And I certainly don't want to do something that is not consistent, that we're clear on. I would like this to be held over, and when we come back, we clearly know and have the details on what the residence is for the applicant, what they're seeking, what would this be? 1732, if that was a yard extension or property they already owned, how did they acquire that? I'm not sure we have all of those facts, which would lead us to a decision that won't be contrary to a policy that we spent a long time to develop and to be fair to everyone. The other thing that this might allow us to do, if there had been a previous extension, and we said there's one, the organization, the neighborhood could look to see, have those previous yard extensions been kept up? You know, it's one thing to do a blanket statement about we want to see houses built, but what would be a valid inquiry is, does the owner currently keep up vacant property that they may own? So I am withdrawing my earlier motion as to this application and ask that it be held over so we get these factual situations identified and bring it back for next time this body meets.
Thank you, Commissioner Townsend. So I do want to remind the committee, we do have two items that we need to act on. One is PT 7, which according to kind of my recollection and what we currently have, doesn't necessarily present that unique situation where someone is pretty much double dipping, right, when it comes to our yard extension policy. And so that situation is different from what we're dealing with PT 24 1730 Haskell, where we do have a possible double dipping situation for a yard extension. And so wanted to make sure of that. So to get through this, let's start with PT 7. Is
And
there
there's a motion?
Yes,
I did make a
there's
motion
not been a
earlier.
motion. So is there a motion for PT 7?
Okay, yes, I made a motion. I'll make it again. I move to accept the application as proposed for WOPT 7.
Bynum second.
Okay. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call, Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
Okay, and then our last item for 1730 Haskell Avenue. This is the one with the double dipping context. And for our staff, yes, if we can get more information on if this was acquired when we changed the policy, because I know we aggressively caught up when we had a backlog of yard extensions. If we just get any information on how they acquired that first a piece of parcel, which would be 1732. So 1732 Haskell Avenue, what's the history there? And then I do agree with Commissioner Townsend, kind of what the state is and if we have any ongoing code violations or anything like that. Okay, this is for action. Is there a motion for 1730 Haskell Avenue?
Townsend, motion to hold over for the factual action earlier stated, inquiring about the applicant's connection and history with, I believe that would be 1732.
I'll go ahead and second. Clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
All right. Thank you all so much. That concludes our agenda for tonight. Go out and vote. Tomorrow's the last day to vote, and so make sure that your voice is heard. With that, is there a motion to adjourn?
To adjourn.
Bynum second.
All right, clerk, can we get the roll?
Roll call. Ramirez,
Aye.
Townsend,
Aye.
Bynum,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote is 4-0. Motion carries.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.